Chapter 43:30. What? The young man from the heavenly human tribe was stunned for a moment. Lu Ming was telling the truth. He actually wanted to rob him of the bow of the ship. Audacious. This despicable ant was simply audacious. However, the young man from the heavenly human tribe was not stupid. He quickly reacted and stared at Lu Ming. He shouted, "So, you don't have the bow of the ship with you? You are deliberately blackmailing me. I guessed it right. The one who really monopolizes the bow of the ship is your heavenly human tribe. You want to prevent others from entering the core area to reduce the competition. Hee, how despicable." Lu Ming sneered. The young man from the heavenly human tribe and the other heavenly human tribe members' faces turned cold. "Even if you have guessed it, so what? How dare you blackmail us? Today you will die miserably." The young man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. A powerful aura burst out and he was about to attack. "Your heavenly human tribe only has this many people. Do you think you can match us?" Lu Ming sneered. In the surroundings, the Devil Tribe, Battle Saint Tribe, Buddha Tribe, and the 9 plant tribes all released powerful auras and looked at the people from the heavenly human tribe with evil intentions. This made the people from the heavenly human tribe feel great pressure. Their bodies that were about to attack also stiffened. "Audacious! What do you want to do?" The young man from the heavenly human tribe roared and looked at the other tribes coldly. "What I want to do is very simple. I want you to hand over the bow of the ship so that everyone can enter the core area." Lu Ming said loudly. He agreed on behalf of the other tribes and left them with no way out. That's right. The Taishang Immortal City is a fair competition. The lords from the heavenly human tribe have monopolized the bow of the ship. Isn't it too much? Why don't we take it out for a trade? It's a win-win situation. A muscular man from the blood race suggested. He was still afraid of the heavenly human tribe's authority and wanted a solution that would not offend them. Haha. At this moment, the young man from the heavenly human tribe laughed wildly as if he had encountered something funny. After a while, he stopped and said coldly, "Let me tell you, I do have a lot of bow of the ship with me. However, I won't take it out for a trade. What can you do?" The young man from the heavenly human tribe looked at everyone, full of arrogance and confidence. He didn't believe that these people would dare to attack them. Among the top 10 races, except for the quasi-immortal race, the other races were indeed high and mighty in the primitive universe. They looked down on countless races and were the pinnacle races of the universe. But in front of the celestial race, they were nothing more than dogs. These people dared to attack them? He didn't believe it. Unfortunately, he was disappointed this time. "Lords of the heavenly human tribe, we only ask for a position at the head of the ship. If that's not possible, then we can only offend you." "Excuse me." Many voices were heard. The figures of the elites of the various races flashed and they surrounded the dozen heavenly humans. "Audacious! You dare? You're rebelling. Do you want to be exterminated?" The heavenly human youth roared. "Why wouldn't I dare? As long as we kill all of you, who will know that we did it? Also, this trip to the Taishang Immortal City is a fair competition. Everything depends on strength. I don't believe that the Heavenly Palace will annihilate the clans because of this. If they annihilate the clans, who will help you deal with the rebels and the demons?" Lu Ming shouted, stabilizing the morale of the army. As expected, the eyes of the elites of the various races became more determined. You're courting death." The heavenly human youth was enraged and he let out a hysterical roar. He really did not expect that these despicable people in his eyes would actually dare to attack them. However, although he was furious, his face was solemn. He wasn't the only one. The other heavenly humans were the same. There were many elites present and they outnumbered them. Once they attacked, they weren't confident that they could escape. They might be trapped here and be annihilated. What should they do? Should they really submit to these ants? They couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, a burly heavenly human youth came to the side of the youth and whispered a few words in his ear. The heavenly human youth's eyes were filled with unwillingness. His expression kept changing. After a while, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Alright, I agree. I'll use the position at the head of the ship to trade with you. However, the two of them aren't qualified. The heavenly human youth pointed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely intense. He was trying to divide Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They could already tell that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were the masterminds this time. They wanted to divide the various races and deal with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Don't fall into their trap. If we don't kill them, they'll definitely come after us. Only by killing them can we solve the problem once and for all. Lu Ming shouted. You have to think carefully. If you really attack, can you keep all of us here? If even one of us escapes, do you know the consequences? As long as you trade with us now and leave on your own, I can say that I won't pursue the matter. The heavenly human youth said. He hated Lu Ming and Yi Ling to the core. He would rather not pursue the matter and make Lu Ming and Yi Ling pay a heavy price. As soon as he said that, the eyes of the various races flickered and they wanted to retreat. How do you want to trade for the head of the ship? Someone asked. Clearly, they had already retreated. After all, the heavenly human tribe had accumulated too much power and they were still filled with fear. They would definitely not attack if they could. Now, as long as they paid a price, they could get the head of the ship and enter the core area. Why would they attack? Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Clearly, the various races had already retreated. It was useless for them to say anything more and they could only play by ear. As you said before, the head of the ship can be exchanged for a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters or 1 million desolation pills. The heavenly human youth said and waved his hand. A part of the head of the ship appeared in his hand. Many people's eyes lit up. We're willing to exchange a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters for the head of the ship. The demon race prodigy was the first to speak. He took out a pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters and pushed it toward the heavenly human youth. There was a hint of reluctance in the heavenly human youth's eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and threw the head of the ship to the demon race prodigy. Both parties completed the trade. Let's go! After completing the trade, the demon race people did not stay and left one after another. I'll trade too. Following that, the people of the other races took out pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters and traded with the heavenly human youth. Soon, all the races obtained the head of the ship and left. Only Lu Ming and Yi Ling were left on the mountain peak. There were more than 10 heavenly human cultivators. Chapter 43:31. The young man of the heavenly human tribe looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. His eyes were glittering. Those two lowly insects had dared to trick them. Their plan had failed and they had lost the position of the boat. Damn it, they deserved to die. Lowly bastards, let's see how you're going to die this time, shouted the young man of the heavenly human tribe coldly. He stepped forward, releasing a powerful chi. Sixth Great Supreme God Layer. The young man of the heavenly human tribe was releasing a powerful chi. He was going to attack and kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Apparently, he was very confident. Even though Yi Ling also had the strength of the sixth great supreme god layer, he was still confident. He was a top genius of the heavenly human tribe. Not many people in the heavenly human tribe were stronger than him. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were obviously very confident in this young man. They surrounded Lu Ming and Yi Ling, looking as though they were preventing them from escaping. I will cripple you first. You won't be able to live and you won't be able to die. The young man from the heavenly human tribe let out a ferocious roar. He pointed his fingers continuously and a few streams of finger force broke through the air, shooting toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling's joints. He didn't want to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately. That wasn't enough. He wanted to do it step by step. He wanted to cripple them first and then torture them slowly. He wanted to show them the dignity of the heavenly human tribe. The dignity of the heavenly human tribe was inviolable. A few strands of finger force flew out, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Their speed was extremely shocking. Clang. Yi Ling's body emitted a sword sound. He wanted to attack. Let me do it this time, said Lu Ming. He had just broken through and his fighting strength had increased. He wanted to test his own strength. As soon as Lu Ming said that, Yi Ling's chi quickly disappeared. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward and the air shook. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a few spear lights flew towards the young man's finger energies. You're just a cultivator of the fifth great supreme god layer. You're overestimating yourself. The heavenly human youth sneered, revealing a look of disdain. In the next moment, the finger force and the spear light collided with each other, emitting a few faint sounds of collision. Then, the finger force of the heavenly human race young man dissipated, while Lu Ming's spear light continued to fly towards the heavenly human race young man. How could this be? The young man from the heavenly human tribe was shocked. This scene was completely out of his expectations. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Lu Ming's attack, and then cripple Lu Ming's joints, making Lu Ming limp on the ground like a dead dog. Who would have thought that he would be the one to be defeated? At this moment, it was already too late for him to dodge. At the critical moment, he could only lay down several layers of defense in front of him, hoping to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam bam bam. Several spear lights struck the heavenly human youth. His body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. Several bloody holes appeared on his body. They were pierced by the spear lights. In the end, he still couldn't completely defend against Lu Ming's attack. Damn it, you deserve to die. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was furious. He roared crazily with a ferocious look in his eyes. You talk too much nonsense. Use all your strength. This little bit of strength is too weak. Lu Ming stepped forward. His body was shrouded in dazzling light, and a terrifying aura was constantly erupting from his body. To be honest, the young man from the heavenly human tribe was very powerful. From the previous exchange of blows, Lu Ming judged that the young man had at least a 6-star combat strength. Moreover, the young man obviously didn't use his full strength. If he did, his combat strength would definitely be more than 6 stars. Heaven's punishment power, kill. The young man from the heavenly human tribe roared. In a rage, he finally unleashed all his strength and used the heaven's punishment power. After using the heaven's punishment power, the young man's combat strength erupted to the peak. 8-star. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was definitely a top monster in the heavenly human tribe. His combat strength had reached 8 stars. 8-star combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the young man's cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. In total, there was an 11-star gap between them. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was at the peak of 12-star. Swoosh. The white lightning formed by the heaven's punishment power was like a long snake. It slashed toward Lu Ming with terrifying power. Lu Ming also pushed his combat strength to the peak. Other than not using the heaven-breaking style, everything else was at the peak. Lu Ming turned into a dazzling ray of light and rushed toward the young man from the heavenly human tribe. He continuously punched with both of his fists. Boom, boom, boom. Violent collisions erupted. The two of them continuously exchanged more than 10 blows. In the end, Lu Ming forcefully broke through the heaven's punishment power. The terrifying fist force crushed toward the young man from the heavenly human tribe. The young man from the heavenly human tribe was violently shaken. He retreated like a cannonball. His face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. When Lu Ming activated his 11-star combat strength, his combat strength was about the same as the young man from the heavenly human tribe. However, during this period of time, Lu Ming had transformed many ordinary secret techniques into secret technique runes and merged them with his cells. His combat strength had increased a little. Therefore, even if he didn't use the heaven-breaking style, he was still stronger than the young man from the heavenly human tribe. His combat strength? How can he be so strong? The other members of the heavenly human tribe gasped. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. They were a little confused. Was this person one of the top few geniuses on the universe genius list? The top few geniuses on the universe genius list should have a cultivation level higher than the 5th Emperor Supreme God layer. Besides, they all knew that it couldn't be this person. Die! Lu Ming didn't care about what those people thought. He continued to attack the young man from the heavenly human tribe. How dare you! Shouted a strong man from the heavenly human tribe. He took a step forward and condensed a battle sword. He slashed it toward Lu Ming. Sword chi whistled, emitting a violent pressure. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He sensed a terrifying danger. Without hesitation, Lu Ming performed the sky-breaking movement. Boom! Their attacks collided. Lu Ming retreated quickly, but the strong man from the heavenly human tribe also retreated. He retreated even further than Lu Ming. Seventh Emperor Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming's gaze was grave. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe had the cultivation level of the Seventh Emperor Supreme God Layer, and he had the battle strength of 6 stars. His combat strength was almost the same as Lu Ming's. "Let's attack together and kill them both," shouted the young man from the heavenly human tribe. He finally reacted. He hadn't expected Lu Ming's combat strength to be so strong. He was astonished. He had thought that he could easily kill Lu Ming. He hadn't expected Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. The strong man of the Seventh Emperor Supreme God Layer couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. It was terrifying. Die! Die! All the other members of the angel tribe attacked. All of them unleashed a terrifying aura. All kinds of attacks bombarded Lu Ming. How strong! There are a few of them who have the strength of the Seventh Emperor Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming was surprised. He didn't want to fight back. Instead, he used a movement technique and retreated. "Where are you going? Die!" shouted the heavenly human tribe. They chased after Lu Ming. Chapter 43-32. More than a dozen strong cultivators of the angel clan chased after Lu Ming to kill him. Some of their attacks were terrifying. They weren't any weaker than the strong angel who had attacked Lu Ming. They had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer and 6 stars. There were 4 of them. These 4 people were the strongest among the dozen or so angels. Lu Ming could deal with one of them, but he was no match for 4 of them. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as Yi Ling attacked. He stabbed out with his sword, which transformed into 4 beams of sword light that pierced towards the 4 strongest people. After 4 consecutive booms, Yi Ling's body retreated rapidly. Although he had blocked the attacks of the 4 strong cultivators, he had been pushed back. Is this Yi Ling's limit? He's close to 10 stars. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Yi Ling had the cultivation of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer. He was 1 level lower than the strong angels, but he had blocked the attacks of the 4 strong cultivators by himself. The peak of 9-star battle prowess was close to 10 stars. One of the strongest cultivators of the Heaven Destroyer was terrifying. At this moment, the angels' hearts could no longer be described with the word astonishment. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's fighting strength couldn't be described as terrifying anymore. It was abnormal. "We must kill them," shouted the young man from the heavenly human clan. He was covered by the power of the sky. His injuries healed quickly. His fighting strength returned to its peak. He took out a weapon from the Taishang Immortal City and continued to attack Lu Ming. At the same time, 2 of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer cultivators with 6 stars left Yi Ling and charged towards Lu Ming. Apart from them, there were a few other heavenly human clan members. The others surrounded Yi Ling. In addition to the 4 strongest experts, the combat power of the other angels was also not to be underestimated. For example, there was a 7th Great Supreme God Layer cultivator with 5 stars of fighting strength. They were no match for Lu Ming or Yi Ling in a one-on-one fight. However, if they joined forces, they were still a threat. Lu Ming retreated quickly in the face of so many strong cultivators. "You want to leave? Kill." A burly man roared. Terrifying sword light whistled, tearing through the void, slashing towards Lu Ming with astonishing speed. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming unleashed the sky-breaking style. His body transformed into a long spear, breaking through the air and breaking the sword light of his opponent. His figure did not stop as he continued to stab towards his opponent. The other party's expression changed, and he angrily shouted, "Heavenly punishment!" His sword light was shrouded in a layer of strange power. This was the power of heavenly punishment. That strong man had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer and 6 stars. He also controlled one of the strongest celestial energies, the divine punishment force. With a clang, the sword light collided with Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming's body and mind trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the other party also retreated. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Luckily, this person has only grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power. Lu Ming felt relieved. Even though that strong man from the heavenly human clan had grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power, he was not as strong as the young genius from the angel clan. However, even though he had only grasped a little bit of heavenly punishment's power, his fighting strength had increased a lot. He was now able to fight against Lu Ming. Originally, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the limit of 12 stars, while his opponent was only at the limit of 6 stars. Even though there was a difference of 2 cultivation levels between them, Lu Ming could still suppress his opponent. However, his opponent had used heavenly punishment's power to increase his fighting strength to the limit of 6 stars. In this way, the difference between their fighting strengths was not that big. Heavenly punishment. At that moment, another strong man from the angel clan who had the strength of the 7th great supreme god layer and 6 stars also attacked Lu Ming. He used another kind of heavenly punishment's power, the heavenly punishment force. Gray destructive energy rushed towards Lu Ming. Its power was not any weaker than Lu Ming's full strength attack. In addition, other strong cultivators also attacked Lu Ming from different directions. Facing so many strong cultivators, Lu Ming's face darkened. He felt great pressure. He used the Greater Aurora technique, and his figure flashed in another direction, avoiding the opponent's attack. "You can't escape. Surround him." The heavenly human tribe shouted and chased after Lu Ming. They did not stop attacking. On the other side, Yiling was also at a disadvantage. Similar to Lu Ming's situation, the 2 strong men from the heavenly human tribe besieging him had also grasped the heavenly punishment's power. Although they had only grasped a little bit of it, their fighting strength had increased a lot. Neither of them was weaker than him. When the 2 of them joined forces with other strong cultivators, Yiling was also at a disadvantage. He mainly used his defense to surround them and seize the opportunity to counterattack. In this way, Lu Ming and Yiling were both at a disadvantage. What should I do? Do I have to leave? Lu Ming's mind raced. With his and Yiling's strength, it was not difficult for them to leave. The heavenly human tribe could not stop them. However, if they left, they would not be able to get the bow of the ship and form the tribulation crossing flying boat. Without the tribulation crossing flying boat, how could they cross the tribulation crossing sea? They were unwilling to leave without getting the bow of the ship. The bow of the ship is in that guy's storage ring. I'll find a chance to take that guy's storage ring. Lu Ming glanced at the young prodigy of the heavenly human tribe. In an instant, dozens of thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, none of them were feasible. The main reason was that the few strong men from the heavenly human tribe were too strong. They kept Lu Ming busy. There were other strong cultivators too. Moreover, the young prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was also very strong. His combat strength was 1 star lower than Lu Ming's. It would not be easy to take his storage ring. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill to dodge the other party's attack while looking for an opportunity. At this moment, a few figures suddenly rushed out from the ground in the distance and rushed toward them. Lu Ming was startled at first. He thought that the other party had come to help. However, he was immediately overjoyed. Because Lu Ming knew those people. They were not people from the Heavenly Palace, but people from the Heaven Destroyer. They had come to help. Lu Ming even knew the name of one of them. Tian Xianyu, a peerless genius from the Heaven Destroyer. She was as famous as Yiling. In addition, there were also a few strong men from the Heaven Destroyer. The auras of those strong men were extremely shocking. They had reached the 7th level of the Great God Realm. Even before they arrived, a few strong men from the Heaven Exterminating Army let out terrifying roars. Their bodies rapidly grew in size until they were millions of feet tall. This is the primitive divine body. They have the bloodline of the primitive divine spirit. They are traitors. The people from the heavenly human tribe shouted. The strong men had the bloodline of the primitive divine spirit. They were the descendants of the primitive divine spirit. Their combat strength was also extremely strong. They definitely had a combat strength of 6 stars. A few huge fists punched toward the strongest cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. Facing such an attack, the heavenly human tribe did not dare to be careless. They quickly blocked it. Chapter 43:33. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, causing violent explosions and overflowing energy. For people from the Heaven Destroyer had come, and they were all experts. Other than Tian Shenyue, the other three were all in their prime. They were all 7th-layer Great God Realm cultivators, and their combat strength was no weaker than the 4 strongest people from the heavenly human tribe. They charged over and engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 strongest people from the heavenly human tribe. As a result, Lu Ming felt the pressure on him lessen. He struck out and forced a 7th-layer Great God Realm cultivator with 5-star combat strength back. Hand over your storage ring. Tian Shenyue had already charged toward the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. Obviously, they were also here for the bow position. 9 full moons floated above Tian Shenyue's head, emitting pure white light. Bush, bush, bush. The 9 full moons turned into 9 saber lights and slashed toward the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. 9 moons saber. You're the traitor Tian Shenyue. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted. Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were mortal enemies. They fought all year round and had a lot of dealings with each other. They knew about each other's top geniuses. They didn't recognize Yi Ling, but they recognized Tian Shenyue. Since you know I'm Tian Shenyue Dai, Tian Shenyue shouted coldly. 9 moons saber kept slashing at the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe kept flashing. He didn't dare to confront Tian Shenyue directly and focused on dodging. There were more than a dozen people from the heavenly human tribe. Many of them charged toward Tian Shenyue to share the pressure from the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. These people's combat strength was also very terrifying. Although they weren't as strong as Tian Shenyue, the difference wasn't too big. They could pose a fatal threat to Tian Shenyue. Tian Shenyue had to defend herself and fight against these people. Tian Shenyue, you're the one who's going to die today. The young genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted. The power of heavenly punishment bloomed in his palm, and streaks of pure white lightning struck toward Tian Shenyue. For a moment, it was difficult for Tian Shenyue to deal with the young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The 4 strongest cultivators from the heavenly human tribe were fighting with Yi Ling and the 3 descendants of the primordial divine spirits. As for Lu Ming, there were only 2 people attacking him. The strength of these 2 people was not bad, but they were not Lu Ming's match at all. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming let out a low roar as he pushed his battle prowess to the extreme. His body trembled as he transformed into 2 dazzling rays of light that charged toward the 2 heavenly human tribe elites. After 2 loud booms, the 2 heavenly human powerhouses retreated rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice, charging towards one of them with all his might. This person's battle prowess was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming's, so how could he block it? The spear light pierced through his forehead, and he died on the spot. Lu Ming's entire body elongated, and the long spear that he had transformed into also became longer and longer. He swept it out and attacked another person. That person had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer and 5 stars of battle strength. He was only 1 star weaker than Lu Ming. However, the difference of 1 star was not small. It was equivalent to the difference of 1 Divine Emperor layer. The person fought back with all his might, and when he collided with Lu Ming's long spear, there was a loud explosion. The person screamed in agony as his body was sent flying and he coughed up blood. However, Lu Ming did not stop attacking. He pushed the heaven-breaking style to the extreme, and spear lights continued to attack the person. Layers of spear shadows completely surrounded the person. After blocking a few more attacks, the person was finally defeated and was killed by Lu Ming. That way, Lu Ming had no opponent left. Lu Ming glanced around and finally looked at Yi Ling. Yi Ling and the strong man from the heavenly human tribe had already exchanged a few dozen attacks, but there was no clear winner. The 2 of them were crazily attacking each other, trying to defeat each other. If this continued, it would be a competition of battle experience and endurance. Their strength was similar, so in the end, it would be battle experience, mentality, and endurance that would determine the winner. However, Lu Ming would not wait any longer. Swoosh! Lu Ming continued to use the heaven-breaking style. He turned into a dazzling spear light and pierced towards the strong man from the heavenly human tribe who was fighting with Yi Ling. The heaven-breaking style contained the power of the ultimate Aurora skill. It was too fast. In an instant, it was near the strong man from the heavenly human tribe. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe could not help but tense up. He shouted angrily and turned around to slash at Lu Ming with his sword. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's attack was blocked and he drifted backward. However, the strong man from the heavenly human tribe also staggered a few steps back. How could Yi Ling let go of such a rare opportunity? Swoosh! He became one with his sword and pushed his combat strength to the extreme. He slashed at the strong man from the heavenly human tribe. Although the strong man from the heavenly human tribe tried his best to dodge the attack, his combat strength was similar to that of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. He had just been pushed back by Lu Ming. How could he dodge the attack? Blood splattered everywhere. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe was still hit by the sword light. A hideous wound appeared on his chest. It went all the way to his back and blood flowed out. The terrifying sword chi in the wound rushed towards the other parts of his body. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe coughed up blood. He was severely injured. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and Yi Ling shouted and charged towards the strong man from two different directions. Damn it! Let's retreat first. The strong man from the heavenly human tribe roared and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was going all out and started to burn the power of the heavens. His entire body was like a ball of fire as he charged into the distance. This person's combat strength was not comparable to Lu Ming or Yi Ling. At this moment, the two of them could not stop him. He rushed out and flew into the distance. He did not dare to stay. He could not last long in this state. If he stayed, he might be left behind forever. Damn it! The other heavenly human tribe members were shocked. Among them, the strongest expert had escaped. This had broken the balance of power between the two sides. The people from the heavenly human tribe started to panic. Yi Ling, get to the front of the ship. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Yi Ling. Before he finished his sentence, he had already charged towards the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. Yi Ling understood. He turned into a beam of sword light and charged towards the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. Damn it! Retreat! When the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe saw this, he did not dare to stay any longer. He roared and ran away. However, Lu Ming had already prepared for this move. Teleportation skill. With a thought, the teleportation skill was used. Lu Ming disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was in front of the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe. His body was like a long spear as he stabbed towards the young sky pride. Heavenly punishment. The young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe roared and resisted with the power of heavenly punishment. Unfortunately, his combat strength was still not as good as Lu Ming's. The power of heavenly punishment was defeated and the young sky pride from the heavenly human tribe coughed out blood and retreated. Yi Ling was behind him. He had already arrived. Chapter 43-34. Behind him, Yi Ling had already arrived. His sharp sword radiance was aimed at the heavenly human youth. The terrifying danger made the heavenly human youth roar in a frenzy. His body emitted a violent aura as he burned the power of the heavens. How dare you! How dare you! The other heavenly human elites roared and wanted to rush over to help. However, Tian Shenyue and the rest would not let them do as they wished. They did their best to hold back the heavenly human elites. You can't escape, Lu Ming said coldly as he attacked with all his might with Yi Ling. The heavenly human youth was weaker than Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Even if he burned the power of the heavens, he could not escape. Moreover, they were already prepared. No matter what, they had to capture this young genius from the heavenly human tribe. The attacks of the two, spear radiance and sword radiance, filled the entire void. No matter how hard the heavenly human youth tried, he could not break out. After a few explosions, the heavenly human youth screamed in pain. His body was in tatters and he was severely injured. He almost died. If not for the fact that his life-saving ability was stronger than the others, he would have died. However, even if he did not die, he was severely injured. Swoosh! Yi Ling's sword radiance flashed. In the next moment, the heavenly human youth's glabella was pierced. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed over and reached out to grab the storage ring of the young man from the heavenly human tribe. Damn it. You despicable bastards, traitors. You will be destroyed by the heavenly human tribe sooner or later. Let's leave this place first. The other heavenly human cultivators roared. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. They roared a few times and did not dare to stay. They rushed into the distance in an attempt to escape. Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the rest did not chase after them. The combat strength of these heavenly human cultivators was very strong. Although they had the upper hand, it was not that great. If the heavenly human cultivators wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Anyway, the heavenly human youth's storage ring had been left behind. Swoosh! In a flash, Tian Shenyue and the rest flew over. Tian Shenyu, thank you so much for your help this time. Yi Ling cupped his fists. They had known each other for a long time. There's no need to thank us. We've been hiding nearby for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Tian Shenyu smiled, looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. The forbidden body is really terrifying. Brother Tianxian, you're too courteous. This time, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming replied politely. Clearly, Tianxian Yu and the others had long known about this and were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That's right, let's check if there's a place for the bow of the ship in your storage ring. Tianxian Yu said. Lu Ming nodded. He took the storage ring and probed it with his soul sense. With one look, Lu Ming's face lit up. Inside, there was a position for the bow of the ship. Our luck is not bad. There are 2 items at the bow of the ship. One for each of us. Lu Ming waved his hand, and 2 items flew out from the bow of the ship. One of them flew towards Tian Shenyu. Tian Shenyu reached out and took it. Ahem, I'm still missing the keel and the deck. Do you have them in here? Tian Shenyu coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and waved his hand. The keel and the deck also flew to Tian Shenyu. This time, without the help of Tian Shenyu and the others, Lu Ming and Yi Ling would not have been able to get the bow of the ship. Now that he could get the bow of the ship, he was already very satisfied. They already had the other parts, so it was useless to keep them. Thank you, Brother Lu Ming. You can have the rest of the items in this storage ring. We have enough. Tian Shenyu said with a smile. Yes, the rest is yours. A descendant of the primordial divine spirit said. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept it for the time being. There were still many desolation pills in the storage ring. He would divide them equally with Yi Ling, then we'll take our leave for now. See you in the core area. Tian Shenyu cupped her fists and left with the descendants of the primordial divine spirit. They could see that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were working together. The few of them were also working together. They had no intention of working together with Lu Ming and the others. It was not always better to have more people working together. The more people there were, the less they would get if they obtained the opportunity. It was fine as long as the number of people was about the same. After Tian Shenyu and the others left, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the place. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming and Yi Ling landed in a valley. The 2 of them waved their hands and pieces of the crossing adversity flying ship flew out. A total of 9 pieces of the crossing adversity flying ship flew into the air. As if sensing something, the 9 pieces vibrated and emitted a dazzling glow. Then they began to grow bigger and closer to each other. There's a reaction. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were overjoyed. Indeed, there would only be a reaction when all 9 pieces were gathered. Previously, when they only had 8 pieces, they took them out to try and there was no reaction at all. Clang clang. The 9 pieces were put together and finally, a sailboat-like ship appeared before Lu Ming and the others. The crossing adversity flying ship. This was the crossing adversity flying ship. It was like a sailboat and could carry hundreds of people at a time. We can finally enter the core area. Lu Ming give it. We'll set off now, Yiling said. He asked Lu Ming to keep it to show his trust in Lu Ming. The more he interacted with Lu Ming, the more he realized how terrifying Lu Ming was. He had already decided to befriend Lu Ming. As long as Lu Ming did not die, he would also gain endless benefits. He was also a person with great opportunities, but he felt that he was definitely not as good as Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and did not stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put away the crossing adversity flying ship. Then, the two of them rose into the air and headed toward the place where they set off. Forming the crossing adversity flying ship did not mean that they could drive it and set off. They had to set off from the place where they set off and absorb special energy to start it. The two of them came to the periphery of the place where they set off. They were not in a hurry to enter the place where they set off. Instead, they found a secret place to hide. The heavenly human tribe had suffered such a great loss. How could they let it go? In order to start the crossing adversity flying ship, they had to absorb special energy at a specific place where they set off. They did not have to look for Lu Ming and the others. They just had to wait there for Lu Ming and the others to come to them. Lu Ming estimated that there must be a large number of heavenly human tribe experts lying in ambush at the place where they set off. They would be walking right into a trap if they went in. Although the two of them were strong, they would not underestimate the heavenly human tribe. One had to know that the people who entered the Grand Supreme Immortal City this time included the middle-aged generation. Those who were less than a stellar year were all in their prime. There must be people who had cultivated to the 8th or even 9th level of the divine god realm. Also, how strong would the geniuses of the middle-aged generation be? They were definitely no match for such people. Chapter 43-35. Therefore, it was better to wait for a while. The two of them stayed at the periphery of the departure point. As they cultivated, they would occasionally go to the departure point to inquire about the situation. Lu Ming still had many ordinary mystic techniques that he had yet to comprehend, so he could use the time to comprehend them. Just like that, the two of them waited in the vicinity for a full year. They had no choice but to wait for a while to be on the safe side. Over the past year, the number of people at the departure point had not decreased but increased. Although some people had already set off and entered the core region, even more people were gathering from all directions. Most of these people didn't have a tribulation crossing airship. Lu Ming and Yi Ling heard from the people who came later that there seemed to be no trace of the heavenly human tribe in the place where they set off. The two of them speculated that the heavenly human tribe could not wait and had already entered the core area. At that moment, the two of them entered the departure point. Indeed, the two of them did not find any trace of the heavenly human tribe at the departure point. Let's go! The two of them headed directly to the place where the adversity crossing flying boat was absorbing energy. At the departure point, near the adversity crossing sea, there were huge pillars. These pillars were very thick and had a diameter of 1,000 meters. There were a total of more than a dozen pillars. The bottom of these pillars was connected to the depths of the earth and could absorb a special kind of energy from the depths of the earth. In order to activate the adversity crossing flying boat, one had to first place it on a stone pillar and absorb that kind of energy from the stone pillar. Someone is also setting off? When Lu Ming and Yi Ling arrived, they discovered that there was already a adversity crossing flying boat parked on one of the stone pillars. The adversity crossing flying boat and the stone pillar emitted a hazy glow. They could clearly see that there was a continuous stream of energy flowing up the stone pillar and into the adversity crossing flying boat. This was the adversity crossing flying boat absorbing energy. There were many people around this area. Damn it, it's the traitors. It's a pity that the heavenly human tribe and the elites of the top 10 tribes have already entered the core area. Otherwise, they could have caught all these traitors in one fell swoop. The heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes have not left yet. Would these traitors dare to come out? These traitors would only dare to come out after the heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes have left. Discussions could be heard all around. Lu Ming and Yi Ling flew directly towards a stone pillar. No one recognized Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Those who could recognize Lu Ming from his life origin aura were generally from the celestial race, the angel race, and a few other races. Very few people from other races had seen Lu Ming before. Lu Ming and Qin Lai landed on one of the stone pillars. It's Tian Xinyu and the others. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. On the deck of the Crossing Adversity airship, there were many people, about 200 of them. One of them was dazzling. If it wasn't Tian Xinyu, who else could it be? And Flying Leaf. Then, Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces. Some of them were really Fei Yi and the others. Back then, Lu Ming had saved them, but they had chased away Lu Ming. At this moment, Tian Xinyu, Fei Yi, and the others had also noticed Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They had memorized each other's life origin aura and could recognize each other at a glance. This guy is still alive. Fei Yi's eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his heart. The entire Heavenly Palace was hunting Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was still alive. This surprised him. He had thought that Lu Ming had been killed by the people from the Heavenly Palace. So it's Yi Ling. Lu Ming must have relied on Yi Ling to escape. Yi Ling really likes to meddle in other people's business, Fei Yi thought unhappily. However, he didn't directly call out Lu Ming's name and expose Lu Ming's identity. After all, they were both members of the Heaven Destroyer, and there were many other members of the Heaven Destroyer around. If he deliberately exposed Lu Ming's identity in public, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely not tolerate him. Therefore, the two sides only glanced at each other silently and didn't greet each other. Hey, someone has climbed up the stone pillar. Could it be that they also have a disaster crossing airship? Maybe they really do have one? Many people whispered, and many people's eyes lit up. With a disaster crossing airship, it meant that they could enter the core area. Looking at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, there were only two of them. A disaster crossing airship could carry more than 200 people. They could take it. This was why they were waiting around. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a disaster crossing airship flew out and landed on the stone pillar. As soon as the disaster crossing airship landed on the stone pillar, it stuck to the stone pillar and resonated with it. Buzz. The stone pillar and the disaster crossing airship hummed softly, and runes appeared on them. Then the bottom of the stone pillar lit up, and energy was being absorbed. A hazy glow surged into the disaster crossing airship, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of hazy glow. The disaster crossing airship began to absorb the special energy underground. Lu Ming and Yi Ling moved and stepped into the disaster crossing airship. Is it really the disaster crossing airship? There are only two of them. We have a chance. Many people's eyes lit up, and then they flew toward the stone pillar. Lu Ming used his mind, and a layer of light appeared on the disaster crossing airship, blocking the people outside. During this time, Lu Ming had already refined the disaster crossing airship. Now that it had energy, it could be activated at will. You two, there are only two of you, right? The disaster crossing airship can carry more than 200 people. Let us on, give us a ride. Yes, give us a ride. We will remember your kindness. I'm from the Sky Ear race. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me. The surrounding people spoke one after another, either begging, tempting, or making promises. It was noisy. There are so many of you. We can't carry all of you. Lu Ming smiled casually. There were at least a few thousand people around, and all of them wanted to come up. How could they carry all of them? Give me a ride, just give me a ride. I won't forget your kindness. I'll definitely repay you in the future. You can repay me, but I can't. I will repay you tenfold. I'm from the Sky Ear race. Get lost. The Sky Ear race is nothing. I'm from the Cloud Moon race. What did you say? How dare you insult me? You're courting death. You're the one courting death. The outside of the disaster crossing airship was noisy, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. It looked like a fight was about to break out. All right, stop arguing. If you want to board the disaster crossing airship, you have to pay a price. How about this? 20,000 desolation pills per person. As long as you take out 20,000 desolation pills, you can board the disaster crossing airship and be sent to the core region. Lu Ming said. The scene was silent, and then there was a commotion. What? 20,000 desolation pills per person? That's too expensive. Why don't you go rob someone? Yeah, it's too expensive. I can't take it out at all. Everyone shouted. Chapter 43:36. Is 20,000 Great Desolation pills expensive? You should know that the Great Desolation Chi in the core area is extremely dense. As long as you have a cauldron, you can easily refine 20,000 Great Desolation pills. It's totally worth it. Lu Ming said with a smile, looking amiable and amiable. In any case, there were only the two of them. If the crossing adversity flying boat could be empty, it was fine. If they could earn more desolate pills, why not? But I really don't have that many Great Desolation pills. The Great Desolation pills I refined aren't enough for me to refine. I'm even worse off. I don't even have a cauldron. I have to guard other people's cauldrons to earn some Great Desolation pills. They've already been used up. Me too. Many people were crying and begging, but Lu Ming didn't care. He didn't believe that there wouldn't be anyone who could pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. I'll pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. I want a spot. I want a spot too. As expected, someone bid. Give me the Great Desolation pills first, Lu Ming said. Then he opened a gap in the barrier of the crossing adversity airship. A burly man stepped out. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew into the gap. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that there were indeed 20,000 desolation pills inside. You can come in. Lu Ming nodded. He opened the barrier of the crossing adversity airship even wider. It was big enough for one person to pass through. The muscular man was delighted. His figure flickered as he entered the crossing adversity airship through the gap and landed on the deck. Good chance. You want my Great Desolation pills? Dream on. At that moment, a skinny figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards the gap. He was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. His cultivation was also very high, at the 6th Great Supreme God layer. He didn't want to pay 20,000 Great Desolation pills. He wanted to enter the crossing adversity airship through the gap. Lu Ming didn't seem to have time to close the gap. In a flash, that person was about to enter the gap. Haha, as long as I enter, not only will I not have to pay the Great Desolation pills, but the crossing adversity airship will also be mine. The skinny man's eyes flashed with a savage light. Not only did he not want to pay 20,000 desolation pills, but he also wanted to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling and take the crossing adversity airship. He was very confident in his own strength. Now, the desolation airship, the desolation pills airship, the airship is the desolation realm. In the next moment, he entered the crossing adversity airship. At that moment, a ray desolation pill. So desolation Asian on. Desolation pill desolation. Is. As desolation. Would. P it. S there was. Body, tease. Many people gasped. Many people recognized the skinny man. They knew that he was very strong. With so many experts in the desolation airship, not many were his match. They did not expect him to be killed in a second as soon as he entered the crossing adversity airship. Everyone looked at Yi Ling with fear. Yi Ling's strength was too terrifying. At the same time, they looked at Lu Ming with even more solemn eyes. Obviously, between Lu Ming and Yi Ling, Lu Ming was the leader. If Yi Ling was so terrifying, then what about Lu Ming? Some of the people who originally had bad intentions immediately dispelled those bad thoughts. 20,000 desolation pills for one spot. It's still valid. If anyone has evil thoughts, they'll end up like them. Lu Ming said coldly. I'll use 20,000 desolation pills for one spot. Me too. This time, no one dared to play any tricks. They all took out 20,000 desolation pills and gave them to Lu Ming before entering the crossing adversity airship. There were more and more people in the crossing adversity airship. Lu Ming and the others also gained more and more. Some people, even if they did not have 20,000 desolation pills, would try their best to get more from others. Soon, there were 200 people on Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship. 200 people. Lu Ming got 4 million desolation pills. After splitting them equally with Yi Ling, Each of them got 2 million. This was a windfall. Although it could not help Lu Ming break through, it was still a huge fortune. Buzz. At this moment, Tian Xianyu's tribulation crossing airship emitted a buzzing sound. Shrouded in a mysterious light, it rushed into the vast tribulation crossing ocean. It was Tian Xianyue and the others. They had already set off. Lu Ming and the others were not that fast. The crossing adversity airship was very vast. The crossing adversity airship had to absorb enough energy to cross the crossing adversity airship. Therefore, it would take some time. Everyone is here. Everyone else, please go back. Lu Ming said and closed the barrier of the crossing adversity airship. Many people sighed. They could only go back and wait to see if anyone else had a crossing adversity airship. The 200 people who had boarded the crossing adversity airship were overjoyed. The earlier they entered the core area, the more opportunities they would have and the more desolation pills they would get. Time flew by. Soon a day had passed. At this time, the crossing adversity airship finally had enough energy. Rise! Lu Ming shouted. The crossing adversity airship shook and was enveloped by a layer of mysterious light. Then it shot into the sky, rushed into the vast crossing adversity airship, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. The crossing adversity airship was very vast. Black fog filled the air. Lu Ming and the others stood on the deck and looked into the distance. However, their vision was greatly obstructed. The black fog blocked their line of sight. No one dared to underestimate this black fog. This black fog was very terrifying. According to the records, this black fog was terrifyingly corrosive. It could corrode everything. Divine power, secret techniques, and even all kinds of weapons. Once a living being stepped into the crossing adversity airship, they would be corroded by this black fog. Although they would not be corroded by the black fog and die immediately, ordinary emperor gods would be able to withstand it for a while. However, the crossing adversity airship was too vast. No one could last that long and cross the entire crossing adversity airship. Under the continuous corrosion of the black fog, they would eventually run out of energy and die. Unless it was a divine master expert. However, divine master realm powerhouses couldn't enter this level. In addition, there was an even more terrifying existence in the crossing adversity airship. It was called the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing adversity ghost was even more terrifying. Once one encountered it, only death would await. Chapter 43-37. Without the crossing adversity airship, no emperor god would be able to cross the adversity-avoiding ocean. The crossing adversity airship flew at an extremely fast speed towards the other side of the adversity-avoiding ocean. With the crossing adversity airship speed, it would take about 7 days to cross the entire adversity-avoiding ocean and enter the core region. Time flew by quickly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. They had already traveled an unknown distance. Whoosh whoosh. The black fog in front of them suddenly began to churn. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It was a black creature. Its body was like a worm, but there were many arms around its body. It kept grabbing at the air as if it wanted to crush something. The most terrifying thing was the creature's head. There was a human face there. Its facial features were distorted and it looked ferocious like an evil spirit. This is the crossing adversity ghost. Someone exclaimed in surprise and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. This was the most terrifying existence in the adversity-avoiding ocean, the crossing adversity ghost. The black fog in the adversity-avoiding ocean wasn't the most terrifying. Most people could withstand it for a while. However, if they encountered the crossing adversity ghost, they would die. Even a peak emperor god wouldn't stand a chance against the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing adversity ghost was huge and it was about 100 meters long. It flew towards the crossing adversity airship. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats. Even though they had the crossing adversity airship, they were still nervous. The crossing adversity ghost flew nearby and circled around the crossing adversity airship. Its pair of cold eyes kept scanning the crowd. Some people felt goosebumps all over their bodies when they were swept by this cold gaze. The crossing adversity airship glowed and continued to fly forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. the crossing adversity ghost let out an ear-piercing squeak and charged towards the crowd. Some people who weren't mentally strong couldn't help but circulate their divine power and get ready for battle. Lu Ming and Yi Ling stood quietly at the bow of the airship. Their faces were calm and their eyes were motionless. When the crossing adversity airship got close and came into contact with the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship, it let out a sizzling sound. It was like ice melting when it came into contact with fire. Black smoke came out of the crossing adversity ghost's body. The crossing disaster ghost shrieked as a look of fear appeared in its eyes, and it quickly retreated. Everyone saw that the crossing disaster ghost's body seemed to have shrunk due to the influence of the crossing disaster airship's light. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, they were safe inside the crossing adversity airship. Not only could the crossing adversity airship block the black fog outside, it could also block the crossing adversity ghost. The crossing disaster ghost let out an ear-piercing shriek. It circled the crossing disaster airship a few times before flying off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the black fog. Everyone was finally able to put down a huge rock in their hearts. The Calamity Crossing airship continued to fly forward. In the following period of time, they encountered the Calamity Crossing ghosts a few more times. But in the end, they were all scared off by the Adversity Crossing flying boat. Very quickly, for days passed. They had already covered more than half of the journey. In another 3 days, they would be able to completely cross the adversity-avoiding sea and enter the core region. What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the left. Everyone's gaze also turned in that direction. On the left, there was a ray of light that could be seen even through the black fog. Moreover, it was also moving and seemed to be synchronized with Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. As Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship flew forward, the ball of light also moved forward. It was always on the left side of Lu Ming's group. "Look, there's one on the right too," someone shouted. Indeed, everyone saw a ball of light on the right too. It was also moving with Lu Ming's group at about the same speed. Lu Ming frowned. He had a bad premonition in his heart. "Lu Ming, can you see it clearly too? I have a bad feeling." Yi Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. He had a similar feeling as well. Geniuses were usually extremely sensitive to danger. "The fog is too thick. I can't see it clearly either." Lu Ming shook his head with a grave expression. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he looked ahead. At this moment, there was also a ball of light in front of them. With a thought from Lu Ming, the speed of the crossing disaster airship rapidly slowed down and finally came to a stop. The moment they stopped, the two balls of light on the left and right also stopped. There was a commotion in the crossing disaster airship. Many people felt a little uneasy and the atmosphere became a little tense. The ball of light in front became clearer and clearer. Gradually, everyone could see what it was. It was a crossing disaster airship. That's right. It was also a crossing disaster airship that was flying in front of them. Could it be that it was returning from the core area? The crossing disaster airship in front became clearer and clearer until it completely appeared in front of them. It's the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. They could clearly see that there were some people standing on the deck of the crossing disaster airship in front. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. It's the heavenly human tribe. I thought it was something else? I'm so scared. Seeing that it was the heavenly human tribe, the people on the crossing disaster airship heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly human tribe would not attack them for no reason. "Look, there are also crossing disaster airships on the left and right," someone shouted. At that moment, the two balls of light on the left and right became clearer and clearer. Then, two more crossing disaster airships appeared. Unsurprisingly, there were also people from the heavenly human tribe on these two crossing disaster airships. The heavenly human tribe is actually waiting for us here. Yi Ling's face was extremely solemn. This is a little troublesome. There are probably some people who have already entered the core area, Lu Ming muttered. A group of top experts from the heavenly human tribe had already entered the core area to seize the opportunities. There were definitely cultivators of the 8th or 9th Great Supreme God layer in there. Among the younger generation, there might not be such a high cultivation level, but among the middle-aged generation, there definitely were. So it's the heavenly human tribe. May I know what you are doing here? On Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship, a young man cupped his fists and said respectfully, "We are waiting for you here." A burly man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming knew this burly man. He was one of the experts who had tried to kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When Tian Shenyu arrived, they managed to kill him and he fled. Waiting for us? Many people were a little confused. To be precise, we are waiting for the two of them. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe pointed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. On the deck, 200 pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, full of doubts. Perhaps you still don't know who they are? The two of them are traitors. The burly man from the heavenly human tribe said. Chapter 43:38. What? They are traitors? The 200 people on the deck were shocked when they heard what the heavenly human tribe man had said. They moved away from Lu Ming and Yi Ling and looked at them coldly. They are not only traitors. Do you know who he is? He is Mu Yun. If you kill him, you can become the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. The heavenly human tribe man added. After saying those words, the heavenly human clan's robust man stopped speaking and stopped. He knew that he didn't need to say anything because he knew what was going to happen next. As expected, when the 200 people on Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship heard that Lu Ming was Mu Yun, they started breathing heavily. Their eyes were filled with greed and killing intent. They would never have thought that the young man with them was Mu Yun, the person that the heavenly palace wanted to kill. As long as he could kill him, he could become the son of heaven or daughter of heaven of the celestial palace. He could become a dragon with a single leap and achieve a meteoric rise, changing his future fate. However, when their gazes fell on Yi Ling, fear appeared in their eyes. Yi Ling had fought before and his strength was astonishing. Let's attack together. No matter how strong he is, it will be useless. That's right. Let's attack together. In the chaos, whoever kills Mu Yun will get the credit. Yes, kill. Many people shouted. In the end, they couldn't resist the temptation of becoming the son of heaven or the daughter of heaven. Their minds were filled with greed. They recklessly attacked Lu Ming and Yi Ling. 200 people. At least 100 of them charged toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes glittered coldly. Swoosh swoosh. Lu Ming condensed a long spear with the taboo power in his hands. He cast the heaven-breaking style and activated his combat power to the maximum. Rays of spear light burst forth and charged towards these people. At the same time, Yi Ling also attacked. Dazzling sword lights filled the sky. Although there were many experts among the 100 people who had attacked him and many of them were at the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm, none of them could threaten Lu Ming. Although there were only 2 of them, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's attacks were even more ferocious and powerful than those of over 100 people. When the attacks of both sides collided, the attacks of over 100 people were defeated. All pitiful cries rang out one after another as people were pierced by the spear light or the sword light, dying on the spot. Kill. Lu Ming and Yi Ling shouted coldly and rushed out. All kinds of attacks poured out like a storm. I know. Spare me. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The remaining people shouted crazily. They were scared out of their wits. Yi Ling's combat power had completely exceeded their expectations. It was even more terrifying than they had imagined. However, the most terrifying one was still Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th Great Supreme God layer, but his combat power was not weaker than Yi Ling's. Even though there were more than 100 people attacking, they could not withstand a single blow. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not show any mercy. They kept attacking with all kinds of killing moves. One by one they were killed. In an instant, there were more than 100 corpses on the deck. Blood dyed the crossing adversity airship red. There were still 80 or 90 people left. Those who had not attacked before were dumbfounded. They were completely terrified. Their bodies were trembling and their lips were trembling. Their eyes were wide open and they were filled with fear. Spare Spare me. These people begged for mercy. Get out of the crossing adversity airship. Lu Ming said coldly. Let's go to the heavenly human tribe's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. The remaining 80 or 90 people rushed out crazily towards the 3 heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airships. The 3 heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airships were not full. There were less than 100 people on each of the airships. In an instant, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was empty except for Lu Ming and Yi Ling. These people flew towards the 3 heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airships. The black fog rushed towards these people. These people activated their divine power and set up layers of defense around their bodies to resist the corrosion of the black fog. Although the black fog was terrifying, they could still resist it for a while with their cultivation. They quickly approached the 3 heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airships. Lords of the heavenly human tribe, please let us board the airships. Please let us board the airships. We can't resist for long. These people begged. Humph, a bunch of trash. You want to board the airship? You can fend for yourselves outside. A strong man from the heavenly human tribe shouted coldly. As soon as he said that, the expressions of these people changed drastically. Was the heavenly human tribe not letting them board the airships? If they were not allowed to board the airships, they would die. Lords, please do me a favor and let me board the airships. I will not forget your great kindness. Please, let me board the airships. I'm willing to be your slave in the future. Many people shouted. However, the heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airships were indifferent and unmoved. Many people looked desperate. Let me board, let me board. Finally, some people went crazy and rushed towards the heavenly human tribes crossing adversity airship. They wanted to use brute force to board the airships. Courting death. Someone from the heavenly human tribe shouted coldly and attacked. The person who attacked was extremely powerful. These people could not resist at all. In an instant, dozens of people were killed. Then, their corpses were corroded by the black fog and turned into nothingness. The remaining people were desperate and rushed towards Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted and controlled the crossing adversity airship to fly to the back in an attempt to escape. This time, the heavenly human tribe came prepared and definitely sent out a terrifying expert. It was very dangerous for them to fight head-on. However, the heavenly human tribe was already prepared. When Lu Ming and the others retreated, the 3 crossing adversity airships of the heavenly human tribe also moved and chased after Lu Ming and the others. The remaining people were left behind, and they let out cries of despair. However, no one cared about them. Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship with all his strength, but the heavenly human tribe's crossing adversity airship chased after them relentlessly. Moreover, the distance between the 2 parties was slowly closing. Lu Ming, you can't escape. Be obedient and accept your death. A cold voice came from one of the crossing adversity airships. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not say a word and only cared about escaping. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, 2 figures rushed out from each of the 3 crossing adversity airships. They were 6 burly men from the heavenly human tribe. They were very fast, even faster than the crossing adversity airship. They quickly approached Lu Ming and the others. They're 9th layer divine gods. Yi Ling exclaimed and his face changed drastically. Lu Ming's face also changed drastically. The other party had indeed sent out terrifying experts. 6 9th layer divine gods. Chapter 43-39. 9th layer Emperor God realm cultivators were much stronger than them. Most importantly, they were not ordinary 9th layer Emperor God realm cultivators. Any one of them from the heavenly human tribe had at least 2 stars of fighting strength. These 6 strong men had reached the 9th layer Emperor God realm at such a young age. How could they only have 2 stars of fighting strength? This was a combat strength that they could not resist. Do you think you can survive by hiding in the crossing adversity airship? How naive. Brave. The 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe shouted and attacked at the same time. Some of them held spears, some held swords, 6 attacks were launched at Lu Ming and the others at the same time. All of them have mastered the strongest heavenly force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces turned solemn. These 6 strong men were obviously the geniuses of the heavenly human tribe. They had mastered one of the 4 strongest heavenly forces of the heavenly human tribe. Some of them had mastered the heavenly punishment force, while others had mastered the heavenly punishment force. Although their mastery of the heavenly human tribe was not very high, it was enough to make their fighting strength terrifying. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were well aware that the 2 of them were definitely not a match for any one of them. They would be killed in seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks from the 6 of them hit the barrier of the crossing adversity airship, causing it to shake violently. The barrier of the crossing adversity airship was distorted as if it was going to collapse at any time. Oh no, we can't block them. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's heart sank. The main function of the crossing adversity airship was to block the black fog outside and to deter the crossing adversity ghosts. Although it had defensive strength, it was not strong. Its defensive power was limited against the attacks of other living beings. Ordinary experts could naturally defend against it. However, the 6 experts from the heavenly human tribe were too strong. The crossing adversity airship's defense could not block them at all. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He continued to control the crossing adversity airship and flew rapidly in a direction. Lu Ming flew in that direction because he remembered that there was a crossing adversity ghost in that direction. As long as they encountered the disaster-avoiding ghost, the 6 robust celestial race men would definitely not dare to continue attacking and would be scared off. However, the attacks of the 6 top powers from the heavenly human tribe rained down like a torrential storm. The crossing adversity airship shook even more violently and cracks appeared on the surrounding barrier. He was about to be unable to hold on any longer. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's bodies were tense. They were ready to fight at any moment. Creak, 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 an ear-piercing sound came from the front, causing Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes to light up. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites' expressions changed drastically. The ghost of disaster averting. This voice was emitted by the crossing disaster ghost. In the past, Lu Ming hated this kind of sound, but now, he was incomparably happy. Lu Ming looked behind him and saw a huge avoiding disaster ghost wandering around. When it saw Lu Ming and the others, it flew towards them. Hurry up and destroy their crossing adversity airship. A brawny heavenly human tribe man roared as he pushed his battle prowess to the extreme. The 6 brawny heavenly human tribe men unleashed their strongest attack at the same time. They even burned a portion of their heavenly force. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the 6 attacks were even more terrifying. They bombarded the barrier of the crossing adversity airship at the same time. Most importantly, the 6 attacks were still bombarding the same spot. The pressure caused was too strong. This time, the barrier of the crossing adversity airship could no longer withstand the attacks and collapsed directly. Oh no, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were shocked. Lu Ming used all his strength to control the crossing adversity airship that had no barrier and continued to fly towards the crossing disaster ghost. Kill! The 6 heavenly human tribe elites naturally knew that this was a critical moment. If Lu Ming and Yi Ling were to get close to the crossing disaster ghost in the crossing adversity airship, the situation would change. Therefore, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites attacked with all their might. 6 terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming and Yi Ling, trying to kill the 2 of them in one fell swoop. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Lu Ming and Yi Ling found it difficult to block them. At the critical moment, Lu Ming controlled the crossing adversity airship to tilt over and protect the 2 of them. Dang dang dang. The 6 attacks all bombarded the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship shook violently. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crossing adversity airship. The crossing adversity airship was originally made up of 9 different parts. These cracks were the gaps between the 9 parts. At this moment, after being attacked violently, the parts where the parts were glued together began to crack and were about to separate. Finally, with a bang, a few parts could no longer be glued together and were sent flying by the powerful force. Lu Ming and Yi Ling hurriedly attacked, trying to grab hold of these parts. However, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites also attacked. Although Lu Ming and Yi Ling were closer to these parts, one of the parts still fell into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. At this moment, they were very close to the crossing disaster ghost. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crossing disaster ghost shrieked and let out an ear-piercing sound. It emitted a terrifying aura that made Lu Ming, Yi Ling, and the 6 heavenly human tribe elites shiver. Especially the 6 heavenly human tribe elites. They did not have any treasures that could intimidate the crossing disaster ghost. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the other half of the broken crossing adversity airship were still shining brightly. The crossing disaster ghost looked at the 6 heavenly human tribe elites with a ferocious gaze. Its huge body pounced on them directly. Oh no! Quickly retreat to the crossing adversity airship. Their crossing adversity airship is no longer complete. One of the parts has fallen into our hands. Their crossing adversity airship will soon disintegrate. When that time comes, only death will await us. The 6 heavenly human tribe elites quickly exchanged a few words. Then, they quickly retreated and rushed back to their crossing adversity airship. As for their crossing adversity airship, they quickly rushed over. Before the crossing disaster ghost pounced on them, the 6 heavenly human tribe elites had already returned to the crossing adversity airship. Anyway, one of the parts of Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship had already fallen into their hands. Soon, their crossing adversity airship would disintegrate. The crossing disaster ghost approached the crossing adversity airship of the heavenly human tribe. It was afraid of the light emitted by the crossing adversity airship. After circling it a few times, it screeched a few times. Then, it turned around and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming's crossing adversity airship was indeed disintegrating. Piece by piece, the parts flew out and were caught by Lu Ming and Yi Ling. As for the calamity-avoiding ghost, it quickly flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. The two of them looked extremely grim. The crossing disaster ghost was extremely terrifying. If they were caught by it, only death would await them. Although the two of them tried their best to fly, the crossing disaster ghost was faster and was rapidly approaching them. Let's see how they'll die. On the 3 crossing adversity airships, the heavenly human tribe members sneered. Now, they were no longer in a hurry. They controlled the crossing adversity airship unhurriedly and followed from a distance. They wanted to enjoy the fear on Lu Ming and Yi Ling's faces. Chapter 43-40. The avoiding disaster ghost quickly approached Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its cold and terrifying aura gave them goosebumps. Their muscles tensed up involuntarily. This was a natural reaction when encountering a terrifying danger. Use the parts of the crossing disaster airship before it completely fades away, Lu Ming shouted softly. He grabbed a part of the crossing disaster airship and threw it at the avoiding disaster ghost. The crossing disaster airship had just disintegrated. The parts of the crossing disaster airship were still emitting a mysterious light and had not completely dissipated. They should still have a restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. If the mysterious light on these parts completely dissipated, they would no longer have any restraining effect on the avoiding disaster ghost. Then they would be in real danger. Swoosh! A part of the crossing disaster airship flew toward the avoiding disaster ghost. Sure enough, the avoiding disaster ghost showed a look of fear. It did not dare to charge straight at them. Instead, it flew horizontally, changed directions, and charged at them again. Lu Ming and Yi Ling grabbed the remaining parts and threw them all out. They filled a large area and completely blocked the avoiding disaster ghost's path. Then the two of them took the opportunity to speed up to the maximum and charged into the distance. Lu Ming used the greater extreme light skill and his speed was astonishing. However, Yi Ling's speed was not slow either. He flew through the air like a beam of sword light. The two of them flashed a few times and disappeared into the thick black fog. Damn it, Chase. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. On the 3-headed crossing disaster airship, a member of the heavenly human tribe shouted angrily. He controlled the crossing disaster airship and charged in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped. The avoiding disaster ghost sensed the light on the crossing disaster airship and showed a look of fear. It did not dare to stop them and hurriedly moved aside. The heavenly human tribe's crossing disaster airship rushed past and collected all the parts of Lu Ming's crossing disaster airship. They rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had escaped at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, after chasing for some time, they could not find any trace of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Damn it, let's split up and chase. They can't have gone far. A burly heavenly human tribe man shouted angrily. The 3 crossing adversity airships spread out and searched along the way. However, after a few hours, there was still no sign of Lu Ming and his companion. The 3 tribulation crossing airships gathered at the same place. The heavenly human tribe cultivators on the airships all had dark expressions on their faces. They don't have the crossing adversity ferry boat, so they're dead for sure. It's a pity that we can't bring Lu Ming's body back. A muscular man from the heavenly human race sighed. Without the protection of the Calamity Crossing airship, one would definitely die in the Calamity Crossing sea. They did not doubt this. However, they lacked Lu Ming's corpse, so they couldn't bring it back to claim credit. If they did, their contributions would be greatly reduced. That was why many Celestial Clan members sighed. No matter what, Lu Ming died because he was hunted down by us. This is also meritorious service. If we split the credit equally, we can also obtain a lot of benefits. Another heavenly human said. Only then did everyone feel a little better. Let's go back. Then, the 3 adversity crossing airships left and headed towards the core area. Some time after the 3 adversity crossing airships left, 2 figures appeared in a pile of rocks in a certain area. They were Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The power that the 2 of them controlled was not to be underestimated. Although the surrounding black mist was corrosive, the 2 of them had no problem holding out for about a day. However, the 2 of them did not look good. Even if the 2 of them could hold out for a day, it was simply not enough. They were still very far away from the core area. Even if the 2 of them flew at full speed, they would need at least 2 days to reach the core area. There was simply not enough time. As for retreating, it was simply impossible. They would have to retreat even further. This was under the condition that they had not encountered the Calamity Crossing Ghost. If they encountered the Calamity Crossing Ghost, it would be even more dangerous. However, the 2 of them had no way out. Now, they had to bite the bullet and fly towards the core area. They could only take 1 step at a time. Let's go, Lu Ming said. The 2 of them nodded and flew towards the core area together. Of course, they could also avoid the direction that the heavenly human race was heading in and go in another direction. The black mist between heaven and earth seemed to have a mind of its own as it constantly surged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming used the forbidden power to lay down layers of defense around his body. When the black mist came into contact with the forbidden power, it made a sizzling sound. Even though the taboo power was able to keep the black fog at bay, it was being consumed at an alarming rate. The power that Yi Ling controlled was not as strong as the forbidden power. However, his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's and the difficulty of blocking it was about the same as Lu Ming's. After a few hours, the 2 of them felt that a large portion of the power in their bodies had been consumed. They had been hiding for a few hours and flying for a few more hours. They felt that they could hold out for another 20 hours or so at most. After 20 hours, their power would be exhausted and they would be corroded by the black mist. Chi. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the right side of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. When they heard this sound, the 2 of them had a drastic change in expression and became very ugly. The Calamity Crossing Ghost. This was the voice of the Calamity Crossing Ghost. What one did not want to see had happened. Whoosh whoosh. To their right, the black mist churned, and a colossal being appeared. It was the Calamity Crossing Ghost. The Calamity Crossing Ghost looked at Lu Ming and Yi Ling with a ferocious gaze. It let out a piercing shriek and pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Let's go. The 2 of them immediately flew to the left. This was because the distance between them was the furthest in this direction. If they flew in other directions, the distance would be closer. Behind them, the Calamity Crossing Ghost chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Its speed was faster than Lu Ming and Yi Ling. The distance between them was constantly closing. We're in trouble. Their hearts began to sink. A few minutes later, the distance between them was even closer. At this rate, They would be caught in a few minutes. Damn it. Let's see if it works. At this time, Yiling took out a disc array and activated it. He wanted to see if it could deal with the Calamity Crossing ghost. This aura, it seems to be a treasure from the previous era. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the grand supreme immortal city, the divine weapons and treasures from the primitive universe could not be used. However, the disc array in Yiling's hand did not seem to be a treasure from the primitive universe. I obtained this disc array from a certain ruin in the universe. It should be an item from the previous era and is not restricted by the restrictions here, Yiling explained. The disc array shone and the light shone on the Calamity Crossing ghost. The Calamity Crossing ghost's eyes began to flicker a few times. Then, it continued to charge over and knocked the disc array away. It was useless. It was completely useless. Yiling's face turned even uglier. He originally wanted to try an item from the previous era to see if it could restrain the Calamity Crossing ghost. In the end, it was useless. Chapter 43-41. The distance between the avoiding disaster ghost and Lu Ming was getting closer and closer. The terrifying and cold aura made the two of them tense up. They felt a chill in their hearts, as if an extremely cold blade was cutting into their skin. The sense of danger was getting stronger and stronger. Let's try using the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the grand supreme immortal city, the treasures of the primitive universe could not be used. However, the purple copper coffin was different from other divine weapons. Lu Ming took out the purple copper coffin not to activate the power of the purple copper coffin itself, but to open it and let the primitive divine spirit inside deal with the avoiding disaster ghost. However, there was a crucial point, and that was that the primitive divine spirit in the purple copper coffin had a cultivation realm far above that of an emperor god. It was likely to be a master god level primitive divine spirit. Would it be suppressed by the laws of the supreme immortal city? After all, beings above the emperor god level could not enter the second level of the grand supreme immortal city. Therefore, Lu Ming did not take out the purple copper coffin because he was not sure if it would work. If it did not, it would be a waste of time. However, at this time, Lu Ming had no choice but to take it out and give it a try. There's a forest in front. Let's go in and take a look. Yiling said at this time. Lu Ming saw it too. There was a forest in front of them. The forest was so vast that they could not see the end of it. In the forest, there were all kinds of pitch-black trees. These trees were extremely huge. Each of them was more than 10,000 meters tall. Whether it was the branches or the leaves, they were all pitch black. The branches were twisted into strange shapes and looked extremely strange. Moreover, the two of them vaguely felt a dangerous aura from the forest. However, no matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the avoiding disaster ghost? Perhaps the danger in the forest could help them escape? Lu Ming temporarily suppressed the idea of taking out the purple copper coffin. He and Yiling flew toward the forest at full speed and plunged into the forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The avoiding disaster ghost screeched and stopped. It looked hesitant but did not rush into the forest in the end. The danger of the avoiding disaster ghost was resolved. However, Lu Ming and Yiling were still worried. To be able to make the calamity-avoiding ghost stop in its tracks, and even cause it to be afraid of it, this forest was definitely not to be underestimated. Could there be something even more terrifying than the calamity-avoiding ghost? Hiss. As if in response to Lu Ming and Yiling's worries, a faint sound came from the forest. The two of them focused their attention and looked towards the source of the sound. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. It was a giant snake. The giant snake was pitch black and incomparably huge. However, on the body of the giant snake, there were snake tails that looked like tentacles. It looked ferocious and terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the face of the giant snake. It was also a human face, but it was filled with a twisted horror. Just looking at it would make one's hair stand on end and a chill run down their spine. Disaster-avoiding ghost. Another disaster-avoiding ghost. There was actually a disaster-avoiding ghost in this forest, and it was different from the species that Lu Ming and the others had encountered before. The aura of this disaster-avoiding ghost seemed to be even more terrifying than the one outside. It was no wonder that the one outside did not dare to charge in. "Let's go!" The two of them did not hesitate and rushed towards the other side of the forest. Hiss! This snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost let out a snake-like cry. Its body twisted and rushed towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling used their movement skills and went around the huge trees, rushing towards the other side of the forest. They wanted to rush out from the other side of the forest to avoid the two disaster-avoiding ghosts outside and inside the forest. However, they did not run far before their faces turned even uglier. That was because a faint sound came from a pitch-black tree beside them. Then, a snake-like disaster-avoiding ghost circled around the tree and slithered downwards. The eyes of the forest were fixed on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Another one. The two of them were shocked. There were actually two snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts in this forest. Without any hesitation, the two of them changed directions and rushed forward. However, after running a few steps, the two of them stopped. Their faces were pale. That was because another disaster-avoiding ghost had appeared in front of them. It was not just in front of them, but also on their left and right. Then, snake-like disaster-avoiding ghosts slithered over. Lu Ming and the others were surrounded. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw at least 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts. There were disaster-avoiding ghosts in all directions, surrounding them tightly. "We're done for." Yi Ling smiled bitterly. Even though he was a peerless demon who had experienced all kinds of situations and various life and death situations, he could not help but show a trace of despair at this moment. One disaster-avoiding ghost was not something they could fight against. If they were caught, they would definitely die. And now, there were a total of 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts surrounding them. They had no chance at all. Even if the Master God was here, he would probably die, let alone them. "We've barged into the lair of a disaster-avoiding ghost." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At the same time, the purple copper coffin appeared in his hand. At this moment, he could only use the purple copper coffin to try his luck. Yi Ling's gaze fell on the purple copper coffin and he was looking forward to it. The Dabu body had great luck. It should not die just like that, right? Now, he could only rely on Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He pushed the lid of the purple copper coffin and a crack appeared on the purple copper coffin. A terrifying aura filled the air. Lu Ming continued to push and the crack on the purple copper coffin became bigger. Hiss! At this moment, the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts pounced on Lu Ming. A roar came from the purple copper coffin and it shook the entire forest. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could tell that this was the roar of the primordial divine spirit. This roar seemed to have shocked the disaster-avoiding ghosts. They could not help but stop and look at the purple copper coffin. Roars came from the purple copper coffin continuously. Then 2 arms covered in scales reached out from the crack. Following that, a head popped out as well. It was the primordial divine spirit that had appeared before. It was a Lord God-level primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine spirit's arms pushed against the sides of the purple copper coffin. He pushed with all his might and wanted to rush out of the purple copper coffin. But at this moment, something strange happened. In the void, a ray of light suddenly spread out. A circle of light appeared and pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. This light gave off a feeling of supremacy and eternity, as if it could suppress everything. It was as if all living beings and all things had to bow before this ray of light. Chapter 43-42. The light pressed down on the primordial divine spirit. The primordial divine spirit roared and struggled with all its might, as if it wanted to break through the suppression of the light and rush out of the purple copper coffin. However, the light was too strong. No matter how hard the primordial divine spirit tried, it did not budge. Instead, it continued to press down. The primordial divine spirit seemed to be unable to withstand it and was slowly pushed back into the purple copper coffin. At first, it was its head, then its arms. Slowly, it returned to the purple copper coffin and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. In particular, Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. He was extremely shocked. He knew how powerful the primordial divine spirit was. It was an overgod-level primordial divine spirit, which was equivalent to the origin realm. It had once fought a fierce battle with the heavenly lord of the heavenly palace. Such a powerful existence had been pushed back into the purple copper coffin by a ray of light. It could not even come out. This ray of light was too terrifying. Was this the profundity of the Taishang Immortal City? The second level of the Taishang Immortal City did not allow beings above the Emperor God level to enter. Indeed, the primordial divine spirit could not come out of the purple copper coffin. Hiss! After the evil spirits saw the primordial divine spirit disappear, they screamed again. Their eyes were cold as they pounced on Lu Ming and Yi Ling. This is troublesome. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Even the purple copper coffin had lost its effect. He had no other means to deal with the current situation. If he were to face these evil spirits with his own strength, he would definitely die. Yi Ling, let's fight. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's fight. Yi Ling nodded. They were not people who would admit defeat easily. Even if they knew they were no match for them, they would still fight. Falling in a great battle was the final destination of a cultivator, not dying in a cowardly manner. However, at this moment, there was a change in the situation. At this moment, the primordial divine spirit's aura in the purple copper coffin suddenly disappeared without a trace. Immediately, another aura appeared. It was a new aura, one that Lu Ming had never felt before. What surprised Lu Ming and Yi Ling was that this aura was similar to the light that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. They were both supreme, eternal, and unfathomable. As soon as this aura rushed out, it spread in all directions. Being struck by this aura, the bodies of the 8 disaster-avoiding ghosts abruptly stiffened. Furthermore, their bodies began to tremble and their eyes were filled with fear. After shrieking a few times, the 8 tribulation-avoiding ghosts turned around and fled, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were dumbfounded. Especially Yi Ling. His mouth was wide open enough to fit a goose egg. Lu Ming, what else is in your bronze coffin other than a primordial divine spirit? Yi Ling could not help but ask. The fact that there was a terrifying primordial god in the purple copper coffin had already shocked Yi Ling. However, there seemed to be something else inside that was even more mysterious and terrifying. It was hard to guess what it was. Just an aura was enough to make the 8 crossing disaster ghosts disappear without a trace. I don't know either. Lu Ming said as he shook his head. He really did not know. Although he had obtained the purple copper coffin for a long time, he had always been unable to understand its mysteries. He always felt that the more he understood, the more mysterious it became. In the past, he had always thought that the purple copper coffin was the burial place of a primordial god spirit after it had fallen. However, the primordial god spirit that had appeared later was clearly not dead and was still alive. Moreover, there was a silk thread connected to the back of the primordial god spirit's head. It gave off a feeling that it was being controlled. Later on, the purple copper coffin had sucked Lu Ming's past body into it. There was still no news of it. Lu Ming could only sense that the past body was not dead and was still alive. Now, a new aura was emitted from the purple copper coffin. It was an aura that was somewhat similar to the one that had suppressed the primordial god spirit. There were more and more secrets about the purple copper coffin, and it was becoming more and more difficult to guess. That aura is very similar to that ray of light. That ray of light was formed by the ultimacy of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Grand Supreme Immortal City was left behind from the last era. Could your purple copper coffin also be a treasure from the last era? Yi Ling said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His words had awakened him from his dream. Yi Ling was right. Was the purple copper coffin really a treasure left behind from the last era? Was there an elite from the last era buried in it? However, what was the deal with the primordial god spirit? Why did it suck the past body into it? Lu Ming had more doubts in his heart. Let's not talk about it. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming said, suppressing the doubts in his heart. It was not wise to stay in this place for long. Let's go. Yi Ling also nodded. This forest was obviously the nest of the disaster-avoiding ghost. The two of them rushed out of the forest. Soon, the two of them rushed out of the forest. However, as soon as the two of them rushed out of the forest, they heard a piercing scream. The disaster-avoiding ghost that had chased after them earlier appeared again and pounced on the two of them. This disaster-avoiding ghost had not left and had been wandering around the forest. As soon as Lu Ming and Yi Ling rushed out of the forest, they were sensed. However, Lu Ming had been holding the purple copper coffin in his hand, and the lid of the coffin was not closed. Lu Ming stared at the disaster-avoiding ghost and did not run away. This time, would the mysterious and unfathomable aura from the purple copper coffin appear again? The result did not disappoint Lu Ming. When the disaster-avoiding ghost approached Lu Ming and Yi Ling, the aura from the purple copper coffin spread out again. After being hit by the aura, the disaster-avoiding ghost revealed a look of horror. Then, it turned and ran, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Yi Ling looked at each other and then burst out laughing at the same time. Awesome, this is awesome. This copper coffin can actually scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away. In this disaster-avoiding sea, we don't have to be afraid of the disaster-avoiding ghost anymore. Yi Ling laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. Let's hurry up and set off. Lu Ming said. Although the purple copper coffin could scare the disaster-avoiding ghost away, their crisis was not over yet. They were still in the disaster-avoiding sea. The black fog was still corroding them. As long as they were in the disaster-avoiding sea, they would be in danger. The two of them did not say much. They used their movement techniques and flew in the direction of the core area. They had to get to the core area as soon as possible. They could not hold on for much longer. Lu Ming closed the lid of the purple copper coffin again. However, he did not put it away. Instead, he held it in his hand and kept his guard up at all times. Soon, another 5 to 6 hours had passed. The two of them looked more and more terrible. Their energy had been severely depleted. However, they did not know how far they were from the core area. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 43-43. Luckily, they still had a lot of desolation pills. Before they left, each of them had paid 20,000 desolation pills. They had received 4 million desolation pills, 2 million for each person. They could absorb desolation pills to replenish their energy. However, Lu Ming needed at least 12 million desolation pills to break through from the 5th to the 6th layer of the Emperor's Supreme God realm. 2 million desolation pills was not a lot. It might not be enough for them to cross the disaster-avoiding ocean. Therefore, they could only try to save as much as possible and increase their speed. They would not give up until the last step. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. That's... The two of them squinted their eyes and looked ahead. There was a huge shadow in front of them. At first glance, they thought it was a mountain. However, after taking a closer look, it was not a mountain, but a tree. A gigantic tree. The tree's crown reached into the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. In the next moment, a trace of shock appeared on their faces, because they saw a shocking scene. On the branches of this tree, there were actually some ghosts that could avert disaster. Yes, disaster-avoiding ghosts. At a glance, there were at least a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts on the branches. They seemed to be resting. However, this time, the disaster-avoiding ghosts seemed to have sensed something. They opened their eyes at the same time and looked at Lu Ming and the others coldly. In the next moment, the disaster-avoiding ghosts charged at Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Gotcha! Lu Ming did not hesitate and opened the purple copper coffin. Just like the previous encounter with the calamity-avoiding ghosts, a mysterious aura emanated from the purple copper coffin. More than 10 calamity-avoiding ghosts screamed and turned to run. They ran to the branches of the tree and lay down on the branches, trembling. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. There seems to be some seeds on the tree. Yi Ling pointed at the tree. Lu Ming looked over. True enough, he saw some seeds hanging on the branches. The seeds were black and the size of a fist. They gave off a hazy glow and there were about 5 or 6 of them. The black fog from all directions gathered and was eventually absorbed by the black seeds. At this moment, one of the black seeds fell to the ground. When the black seed landed on the ground, it immediately took root and sprouted, growing into a small tree. Then the small tree grew quickly, and the surrounding black mist began to gather towards the small tree. That is, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes widened. The reason for that was because, as the little tree grew, some of its branches actually had disaster-avoiding ghosts. In the beginning, the crossing disaster ghost was still relatively small. However, as the small tree rapidly grew, the crossing disaster ghost also became larger. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that the ghost was born from this kind of tree? Soon, the small tree grew to a height of 100 meters, but it was still far from the big tree. At this moment, tree roots suddenly extended from the bottom of the big tree. More than a dozen roots, like a few long snakes, wrapped around the small tree, pulled it up by the roots, and pulled the small tree into the trunk of the big tree. The small tree quickly withered and finally merged into the roots of the big tree and disappeared. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that the big tree's glow seemed to be brighter. The two of them were dumbfounded. This big tree actually relied on devouring the small tree to improve itself. The seeds that it produced fell to the ground, sprouted rapidly, and grew rapidly. Before it was fully mature, it was devoured by the big tree. What was the principle behind this? The two of them were confused. At this moment, another seed fell to the ground. Just like before, the seed sprouted and grew rapidly. When it grew to about 100 meters, it was devoured by the big tree again. This seed is not to be underestimated. Not only can it grow rapidly, but it can also produce disaster-avoiding ghosts. If we can control it, it can become a powerful weapon. Lu Ming said, "You're right. If we enter the core area, this seed can also grow rapidly and can indeed become a powerful weapon. However, this tree is not to be underestimated," Yi Ling said. He had the same thought as Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, since this seed can absorb the black mist here, if you can hold this seed, it might be able to isolate you from the black mist outside and prevent you from being corroded by the black mist." At this moment, the Bone Demon's voice sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Since entering the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the Bone Demon seemed to have been suppressed by the profound laws of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. It could only hide in Lu Ming's mind and could not come out. It has such an effect? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he seemed to be tempted. "Let's give it a try." Lu Ming whispered and finally decided to give it a try. He had the purple copper coffin, so he might be able to give it a try. Not to mention whether they could enter the core area. Even if they could, there were many experts in the core area. The strongest geniuses of the heavenly human tribe and the other powerful tribes had already entered the core area. There were also some young men in their prime who had cultivated for many years. Some of them had reached the 8th layer of the Divine God realm, and some had even reached the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. With their strength, even if they entered the core area, they would most likely be targeted and would not be able to gain a foothold. However, if they had this seed, they would have a powerful weapon. "Brother Yi, hold the fort for me." After saying that, Lu Ming dragged the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the crown of the tree. Now, there were a total of 3 seeds on the crown of the tree. Lu Ming rushed towards one of the seeds. However, just as Lu Ming approached the seed, tree roots extended from the bottom of the tree. They were like tentacles that swept towards Lu Ming. The tree roots waved and a strong wind whistled, bringing with it a thick black mist. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pushed the purple copper coffin open. That mysterious aura appeared again and spread out in all directions. The tree's roots came to a sudden stop upon being hit by this aura. They danced wildly on the spot, emitting a feeling of fear. This tree is indeed intelligent. It can feel fear. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He stepped forward and approached the tree roots with the purple copper coffin. The roots of the big tree danced crazily, and that feeling of fear became even more intense. Then, with a swish, it shrunk back. Lu Ming continued to rush towards the crown of the tree. On the branches, the evil spirits opened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. They wanted to rush towards Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming. However, when they saw the purple copper coffin in Lu Ming's hand, they did not dare to do so. They could only watch. The next moment, Lu Ming approached one of the seeds. He waved his hand and a wave of energy swept out and plucked the seed. Chapter 43-44. After plucking the first seed, Lu Ming stored it in his storage ring and proceeded to pluck the second one. Soon, All 3 seeds were stored in Lu Ming's storage ring. The big tree struggled continuously. Its roots waved wildly as it struggled in a frenzy. It seemed to be extremely furious. The crossing disaster ghosts on the branches were also extremely irritable. They screamed continuously and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If they were not afraid of the purple copper coffin's aura, they would have pounced on Lu Ming and torn Lu Ming to pieces. However, with the suppression of the purple copper coffin, they did not dare to do so. After Lu Ming plucked the 3 seeds, he retreated to Yi Ling's side. Bone Demon, how should I use it? Lu Ming secretly asked Bone Demon. There was a thick black mist on the seeds. Even if they obtained them, they could not use them because the mist would harm them. Drip a drop of blood on it and try. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, a seed flew out of his storage ring. Lu Ming wrapped it with his forbidden power and suspended it in the air. The surrounding black fog was constantly gathering and being absorbed by the seed. Similarly, the black fog would also permeate the seed and constantly corrode the taboo power, causing Lu Ming's taboo power to be depleted rapidly. Lu Ming's expression changed. If he could not control the seed, holding it would increase the consumption of his power. Immediately, Lu Ming followed Bone Demon's suggestion. He squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it toward the seed. When the drop of blood approached the seed produced a suction force and absorbed the drop of blood. It entered the seed and merged with the seed. All of a sudden, Lu Ming had a strange feeling. It was as if the seed was already under his control. With a thought, the black fog on the surface of the seed vanished. It no longer corroded Lu Ming's forbidden energy. Moreover, the seed continued to absorb the black fog outside. Thus, the black fog around Lu Ming's body was absorbed, forming a vacuum around Lu Ming without any black fog. Lu Ming immediately felt the pressure lessen. The black fog was no longer a threat to him. It really works. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yi Ling was also overjoyed. As long as the danger of the black fog was resolved, they would be able to move freely in the adversity-avoiding sea without any danger. Yi Ling here. Lu Ming waved his hand and a seed flew towards Yi Ling. Yi Ling followed Lu Ming's instructions. First, he used his power to envelop the seed. Then, he squeezed out a drop of blood and flew it towards the seed. When the blood and the seed fused, Yi Ling controlled the seed. The black fog was no longer a threat to them. Then, Lu Ming used the same method to control the second seed. After that, the 2 of them used their movement techniques and continued to rush towards the core area. However, their state of mind was completely different from before. Previously, they had been under a lot of pressure. There was a strong sense of danger that constantly suppressed them. They had to keep moving forward and reach the core area as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would die. But now, although their speed was still very fast, they were very relaxed and didn't feel anxious at all. After that, they did not encounter any danger. Even if they encountered the adversity-avoiding ghost, it was scared away by the purple copper coffin. After a few days, they finally passed through the adversity-avoiding sea and arrived at a new land. The aura here was no different from the outer area. The only difference was that the desolation chi was much thicker. The desolation chi here is indeed much thicker than the outer area. Lu Ming sighed. This is just the ordinary area. The core area has ley lines. If we can find a ley line, the speed of condensing the desolation elixir will increase greatly. Yi Ling said. However, there is no black mist here like in the adversity-avoiding sea. I don't know if that seed will work. Lu Ming said. In the adversity-avoiding sea, they saw that the seed grew quickly and absorbed the black mist. However, the core area did not have that kind of black mist for them to absorb. Could the seed grow quickly? If the seed could not grow quickly, it would not be able to become their weapon of mass destruction. If they encountered the invincible powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace, Lu Ming and the rest would not be a match for them. Let's find a place to try it. Yi Ling said. That's the only way. Lu Ming nodded. Fortunately, they had 3 seeds in their hands. Even if they wasted one, it would not be a big deal. The 2 of them flew towards the depths of the core area at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a mountain kernel. Let's try it here. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming took out a seed. With a wave of his hand, the seed flew towards the mountain col and landed on the ground. When the seed landed on the ground, it took root and sprouted at an astonishing speed. Then it grew rapidly. This is absorbing the black mist. Lu Ming and Yi Ling were shocked. They could clearly feel that there were wisps of black mist flying towards them from the void. They were absorbed by the seed and grew rapidly. They were already very far away from the adversity-avoiding sea. However, the seed could still absorb the black mist. The black mist seemed to have broken through the void. It was really amazing. The seed took root and sprouted, turning into a small tree. The small tree continued to grow rapidly at an astonishing speed. In less than a minute, the small tree became a towering tree. They could clearly see that there were more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts on the branches of the tree. They were lying on the branches and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Lu Ming, give it a try. See if you can control this big tree, Yi Ling said. Lu Ming nodded and focused his mind. The next moment, he felt a connection between his mind and the tree. Everything about the tree seemed to be under his control. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he gave an order. Suddenly, the soil on the ground churned. The roots of the tree stretched out from the ground and waved like long snakes. They whipped the air and there were violent explosions. The power was terrifying. One of the roots lashed out at a nearby mountain peak, causing the mountain peak to explode. This is really amazing. Even a 9th-level Emperor God would not be able to withstand such an attack. Lu Ming thought to himself. He was very satisfied. Adversity-avoiding ghosts. With another thought, the more than 10 adversity-avoiding ghosts who were lying on the branches suddenly opened their eyes. There was a ferocious murderous intent in their eyes. They flew out from the branches and danced in the air. However, they did not fly towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling, because everything was under Lu Ming's control. Great! Yi Ling cheered from the side. Lu Ming also smiled. This seed was really a great weapon. Chapter 43-45. As long as this kind of seed was planted, it would quickly grow into a towering tree. Moreover, it would have an extremely shocking attack power. Moreover, the tree branches would give birth to evil spirits, which were the most terrifying. Once this tree was planted, the surrounding area would be completely under Lu Ming's control. If the people from the heavenly palace came, they would die. What a pity, we wasted a seed. We should have found the ley vein occupied by the heavenly palace and planted the seed there. That way, that ley vein would be under our control. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, it was a mistake. Yi Ling also shook his head and sighed. With the effect of this seed, 1 seed could occupy in ley vein. 3 seeds could occupy 3 ley veins. Now, they had wasted a seed, which was equivalent to wasting in ley vein. They felt their hearts bleeding. It's all right. 2 ley veins are enough. Once our cultivation improves, why would we need to rely on this seed? Lu Ming smiled and quickly recovered. He was full of confidence. Now, he had lost because of his low cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, he would not be afraid of anyone. With his own strength, he could occupy other ley veins. Why would he need a seed? What they needed most was to establish a foothold in the beginning. With the seed, once they established a foothold in the beginning, there would be no problem. Let's go look for ley veins, Lu Ming said. Then, the 2 of them left to look for ley veins. In the core area, ley veins were not everywhere. In fact, there were not many ley veins. The ley veins in the core area were mainly divided into 2 levels, ordinary ley veins and advanced ley veins. Obviously, the concentration of desolation chi in the advanced ley veins was much higher than in the ordinary ley veins. Of course, the concentration of desolation chi in the ordinary ley veins was also much higher than in the outer area. Lu Ming and the rest had entered the core area relatively late. He reckoned that most of the Earth meridians had been occupied by others. Some people had entered the core area for a few years. No one knew what level their cultivation had reached. No matter what level their cultivation had reached, what Lu Ming needed to do now was to occupy the ley veins, condense desolation pills, and catch up with their cultivation. The core region was extremely vast, even larger than the outer regions. After searching for half a day, they finally found an earth vein. Up ahead, a mountain range stretched across the land. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon. Mist filled the air above the mountain range. That was clearly the dense, desolate chi that could not be dispersed. What a dense, desolate chi! Let's go! Yi Ling's eyes lit up as the two of them flew towards the mountain range. Soon, the two of them approached the mountain range. Who is it? This is the territory of my Sun clan, you two should leave. Several voices came from the mountain range. Then, several figures shot up into the sky and stood in front of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. There were more than 20 people in total, and all of them wore long golden robes. A layer of golden flames danced on their bodies, giving off a scorching aura. So it's people from the Sun clan. The two of them were startled. The solar race was ranked 31st on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races ranking. It could be considered a strong race. However, it was naturally much weaker than the top 10 races. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not feel much pressure. This is the territory of your Sun clan? Isn't that ridiculous? The Taishang Immortal City is an ownerless place. Anyone can come here. Now, we're going to refine the desolate pills on this mountain range. Everyone, please make way. Lu Ming said. Our Sun clan has occupied it first, so it's our territory. You two should leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A muscular man from the Sun clan said coldly. Lu Ming glanced at them. There were more than 20 people from the Sun clan. 5 of them were younger while the rest were in their prime. Among them, many of them had reached the 6th layer of the Emperor God realm. 2 of them had even reached the 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. The Sun clan had such high cultivations among their prime. It was evident that these people had gained a lot from this place. We're going to meditate on this mountain range. Yi Ling said. You're courting death. A muscular man from the Sun clan shouted coldly. Why are you wasting your breath on them? These 2 brats don't know what's good for them. Just kill them. That's right. Kill them. The people from the Sun clan were enraged. Each of them was filled with cold, murderous intent. They were like suns, emitting a scorching aura. Boom, boom, boom. These people moved. They were like suns, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. Clang. Yi Ling moved. He unsheathed his sword and the sword light shone brightly. A few rays of sword light slashed towards the suns. Several suns were directly split in half by the sword light, and the people inside were also directly killed. Among them, there was a 7th layer of the Emperor God realm. Even though the strong man of the 7th Great Supreme God layer from the Sun clan was 1 level higher than Yi Ling, his fighting strength hadn't reached 6 stars yet, it was only 3 stars. Yi Ling's battle strength was close to 10 stars. The difference was too great. The Sun clan was not the Heavenly Human clan. The muscular men from the Heavenly Human clan that Lu Ming and the others had encountered previously had battle strengths of 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. The young geniuses were even more terrifying. Some of them even had battle strength of 8 stars. However, they were from the Heavenly Human clan. The Sun clan was not even close to the top 10 clans, let alone the Heavenly Human clan. In the Sun clan, there were very few people who had battle strength of 4 stars. How could these people be a match for Lu Ming and Yi Ling when their cultivation was not much higher? When Yi Ling attacked, Lu Ming attacked as well. Spear light burst forth, and the suns were extinguished one by one. In just a few breaths, only 2 of the 20 Sun clan members were left. The rest were all killed. Oh no, let's leave. Let's go. There were still some people from the Sun clan in the mountain range. They had not attacked previously. Instead, they were guarding the pill furnaces and refining the desolate pills. Leave the pill furnaces before you go, Yi Ling said coldly. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. The people guarding the pill furnaces were not even as strong as the previous batch. They were no match for Yi Ling. After a few of them were killed, the others were terrified. They threw out their pill furnaces and ran for their lives. Soon, Yi Ling flew over with a smile on his face. Not bad. There are 30 pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter. Unfortunately, there are no large pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yiling said. Not bad. Lu Ming also smiled. The majority of the pill furnaces were definitely in the hands of the Heavenly Human clan or the top 10 clans. It was already a very good harvest for the Sun clan to be able to obtain 30 pill furnaces. The two of them split it equally. Each of them had 15 pill furnaces. The two of you, tell me about the current situation in the core area. Tell me everything you know. Lu Ming asked coldly as he looked at the two young men from the Sun clan. Chapter 43-46. The two young men of the Sun tribe did not dare to hide anything. They immediately told Qin Nen everything they knew. Besides, it was not a big secret. There was nothing to hide. According to the two young men from the Sun tribe, Lu Ming and Yiling had a rough understanding of the core area. There were a total of 96 earth veins in the vast land of the core area. There were 73 ordinary earth veins and 23 advanced earth veins. Each of the top 10 races occupied a high-grade earth vein. The Heavenly Human tribe occupied a total of 13 high-grade earth veins. As for the other smaller tribes, they occupied the ordinary earth veins. Of course, there were also people from the smaller tribes who entered, but they were not strong enough to occupy the earth veins. Almost all the advanced earth veins have been occupied. However, did the Heaven Destroyer not occupy a single advanced earth vein? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps the people of the Sky Exterminating Army had secretly occupied some small earth veins. Or perhaps, the people of the Heavenly Extermination Army in this astral palace were not strong enough. The second level of the Taishang Immortal City was divided into 36 astral palaces, which meant that it was divided into 36 different areas. When everyone entered the Taishang Immortal City, they would be automatically assigned to one of the 36 astral palaces. Naturally, some astral palaces would be stronger, while others would be weaker. Perhaps the members of the Heaven Exterminating Army in this star palace were weaker. We have a simple map here. I'll give it to you now. Please let us go. A young man from the Sun tribe said. Then, he took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the jade talisman and inserted a strand of energy. The jade talisman immediately lit up and a map appeared in the air. On this map, there were lines and dots of light. There were a total of 96 light spots. Among them, 23 were the brightest. Obviously, these light spots represented the earth veins. 23 light spots represented 23 advanced earth veins. Furthermore, there were words on every single dot of light, indicating which race it was occupied by. It was clear at a glance. This would be very helpful for Lu Ming and the others. Can we go now? The two Sun race members looked at Lu Ming with hopeful eyes. Lu Ming casually waved his hand. The two Sun race youths were overjoyed and flew away. However, a few sword lights flashed, and the two Sun race youths' vital signs disappeared. Their corpses fell into the mountain range. Lu Ming was expressionless, as if he had expected this. Let's see how fast this ordinary earth vein can condense the great desolate pill. Lu Ming said. After that, the two of them landed in the middle of the mountain range and chose a relatively good location. They took out a few pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and began to activate them to refine pills. A day later, they had a rough idea of what was going on. 240. In one day, a low-grade pill furnace could refine 2 batches of great desolate pills. Each batch contained 120 pills, for a total of 240 pills. This speed was 10 times faster than in the outer regions. Lu Ming and Yiling's eyes were extremely bright. Even their breathing became heavy. 10 times the speed, this was too shocking. This was just an ordinary earth vein. How fast would those high-grade earth veins condense the great desolate pill? Let's occupy a high-grade earth vein first. The two of them looked at each other and had the same idea. They did not plan to stay in this ordinary earth vein for long. Instead, they planned to occupy a high-grade earth vein. With the black seed, anything was possible. Without the seed, they could only wait in this ordinary earth vein. They might even be hunted down by the elites of the Heavenly Palace. Now, they were full of ambition and had no fear. The nearest high-grade earth vein is occupied by the heavenly human tribe. Let's choose this earth vein, Lu Ming said. Yiling naturally had no objections. Then, the two of them set off and flew toward the nearest earth vein. This place was not too far away from the high-grade earth vein. In less than a day, the two of them arrived. It was a huge mountain range. It was 10 times bigger than the previous one. Dense fog filled the air. It was like a fairyland. Even from afar, he could feel an ancient aura surging toward him. A high-grade earth vein is indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming and Yiling's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they stepped into the air and flew toward the center of the mountain range. The mountain range was continuous. The two sides were slightly shorter. The center was the highest. Obviously, it was also the place with the densest desolate aura. Heavenly human tribe, I'll give you 3 breaths time to get lost. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Before the two of them got close, a cold voice came from the mountain range. Heavenly human tribe? Very well, I'll give you 5 minutes to get lost. Otherwise, you'll be killed. Lu Ming replied. His voice spread throughout the mountain range. In the mountain range, all the heavenly human tribe members heard it. Where did this idiot come from? He's courting death. How dare he? Kill him. His entire family should be executed. In the mountain range, voices filled with killing intent came out. Go and see which blind thing came from. Bring his head to me. In the mountain range, a heavenly human tribe member passed down the order. Someone accepted the order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At least 10 figures broke through the air and flew toward Lu Ming and Yiling. In front of Lu Ming and Yiling, more than 10 figures appeared. They were all heavenly human tribe members. When these heavenly human tribe members saw Lu Ming and Yiling, some of them could not help but widen their eyes. Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun! Someone yelled. Among the many people, a few of them had chased after Lu Ming in the Adversity Crossing flying boat in the Adversity Crossing Sea. They recognized Lu Ming immediately. What? He actually dares to come to us? In the mountain range, the remaining heavenly human tribe members were shocked. Many heavenly human tribe members who were too lazy to make a move put down what they were doing and flew into the sky. Everyone wanted to kill Lu Ming. As long as they killed him, they would have a meteoric rise in the future. Even those who were at the critical moment of breaking through stopped cultivating and rushed toward Lu Ming and Yiling. Let's go. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yiling rushed to the side and to a corner of the mountain range. Don't let him escape. Chase. At first, more than 10 heavenly human tribe members chased after Lu Ming. Behind them, there was a group of people who were all heavenly human tribe members. There were more than 100 of them. Lu Ming and Yiling could not be bothered. They sped up and rushed toward the mountain range. They were not far from the mountain range. In a few flashes, they arrived. Once they reached the mountain range, Lu Ming waved his hand and a black seed flew out and landed in the mountain range. Once the black seed landed in the mountain range, it took root and sprouted, growing rapidly. Chapter 43-47. The black seed began to grow rapidly. Soon, it grew into a towering tree. Lu Ming and Yiling dashed to the bottom of the big tree. They turned around and looked coldly at the heavenly human clan experts who were dashing toward them. The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished when they saw the tree. They were even more astonished when they saw the disaster-avoiding ghosts on the tree. Lu Ming said coldly. All of a sudden, the dozen or so crossing disaster ghosts on the tree branches opened their eyes and charged toward the heavenly human tribe experts. I don't believe it. Are they really disaster-avoiding ghosts? How can disaster-avoiding ghosts appear here? They're just illusions. Destroy them. The experts of the celestial race shouted coldly. They erupted with powerful auras and unleashed killing moves. All sorts of attacks bombarded the crossing disaster ghost. However, when the attacks landed on the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they only made the disaster-avoiding ghosts tremble. Then, they continued attacking the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe as if nothing had happened. Oh no! Shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. one of the disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into the body of a strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe gave a horrible shriek and his face became distorted. What was even more terrifying was that his body rapidly shriveled and soon turned into a dried corpse without any sign of life as it fell to the ground. The strong cultivator of the heavenly human tribe wasn't the only one. The other strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were the same. Their attacks were useless against the disaster-avoiding ghosts. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed into their bodies and turned them into mummies. Then the disaster-avoiding ghost rushed out of their bodies, and its size seemed to have increased by a size. The strongest cultivator of the heavenly human tribe was at the 7th great supreme god layer. In a flash, they were all killed. None of them were left alive. The strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe were astonished. It's the disaster-avoiding ghosts. It's really the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Why are there disaster-avoiding ghosts here? This is the core area. It's that tree. There's something wrong with that tree, shouted the strong cultivators of the heavenly human tribe. They slowed down and stopped in the distance. They looked at the disaster-avoiding ghosts cautiously. What should we do? A celestial asked. Mu Yun, don't let them go. Although these disaster-avoiding ghosts are powerful, this is not the disaster-avoiding ocean. I don't believe that they are as terrifying as the ones in the disaster-avoiding ocean. That's right, there's no black mist here. The strength of the crossing disaster ghosts should be limited. With so many of us, we should be able to defeat these crossing disaster ghosts. A few of the most fearsome heavenly human tribe warriors spoke one after another. Those strong men from the heavenly human tribe were extremely strong. They had all reached the 9th great supreme god layer. 2 of the heavenly human tribe's brawny men were especially shocked. The 2 brawny men of the heavenly human tribe had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming and Yi Ling in the adversity-avoiding ocean. They clearly remembered that they had taken a part of Lu Ming and Yi Ling's crossing adversity airship. Furthermore, in order to fight against the crossing adversity ghost, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had thrown out the remaining parts of the crossing adversity airship. If one didn't have a calamity-traversing airship in the calamity-traversing ocean, wouldn't it only lead to death? Why were Lu Ming and Yi Ling still alive, and why did they obtain such a terrifying tree? They couldn't figure it out. These 2 guys are too strange. We have to get rid of them. Let's attack together and kill this kid. One of the brawny men from the heavenly human tribe who had participated in the hunt for Lu Ming shouted. Attack together. Kill. There were at least 100 heavenly human tribe warriors there. Some were young and some were in their prime. Of course, most of them were in their prime and their strength was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly human tribe warriors were like erupting volcanoes. Terrifying auras burst out from them and they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Kill. Lu Ming gave the order to the dozen or so crossing ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts let out ear-piercing screams and charged towards the heavenly human tribe warriors. Kill. Over 100 heavenly human tribe cultivators roared as they unleashed over 100 attacks toward the dozen or so evil spirits. This time, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks were even more terrifying. Most importantly, they were too strong. More than half of them were above the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were also many 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. There were even 5 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm warriors. The combination of these forces was simply too powerful. Over 100 attacks landed on the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts trembled violently and their bodies kept twisting. However, in the end, the heavenly human tribe warriors' attacks did not destroy the crossing disaster ghosts. The crossing disaster ghosts broke through the heavenly human tribe's attacks and continued to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. The heavenly human tribe warriors' faces changed drastically. Some of the more timid ones involuntarily stepped back. Use the ultimate heavenly energy. A brawny heavenly human tribe warrior shouted. Heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment. Among the 100 heavenly human tribe warriors, there were only a dozen of them who had truly mastered the ultimate heavenly energy. However, the ultimate heavenly energy was not to be underestimated. The Heavenly Punishment Force, and other supreme heavenly powers formed different types of attacks and once again blasted towards the dozen or so tribulation-avoiding ghosts. This time, the crossing disaster ghost's body trembled even more violently. Its body was actually blocked and it couldn't rush over. It's working! The heavenly human tribe warrior's eyes lit up. The ultimate heavenly energy could block the crossing disaster ghosts. This made them overjoyed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions changed slightly. It seems that this is not the crossing disaster ocean after all. Moreover, these crossing disaster ghosts have just been born. There is still a huge gap between their strength and the crossing disaster ghosts in the crossing disaster ocean. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Yi Ling. Yi Ling nodded. Their strength is indeed much weaker. However, they seem to be able to grow. It should be enough to deal with these heavenly human tribe warriors. Lu Ming continued to control the crossing disaster ghosts to attack the heavenly human tribe warriors. Those who control the power of the paramount heavens, stop the calamity crossing ghosts. The rest of you, go kill Mu Yun. Also, cut down that tree. My guess is that once that tree is dead, the calamity crossing ghosts will vanish. A young man from the heavenly human tribe said. This person was extremely handsome. He was young and belonged to the younger generation. However, his cultivation level had reached the 8th layer of the great god realm. He was definitely a peerless genius of the heavenly human tribe. He had great prestige. Many strong men from the heavenly human tribe seemed to obey his orders. Immediately, the heavenly human tribe warriors followed the young man's instructions. Under the young man's lead, they used the ultimate heavenly energy to attack the crossing disaster ghosts and block them. As for the other heavenly human tribe warriors, they went around the crossing disaster ghosts from the other side and charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Mu Yun, die. Kill. The eyes of the heavenly human tribe members were filled with greed. One by one, they launched attacks at Lu Ming. Chapter 43-48. Lu Ming and Yi Ling remained calm in the face of the attacks from the heavenly human tribe. They had no intention of fighting back. When the attacks came close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, the tree moved. Roots that were thicker than a person's waist extended from the tree's roots. They were like long snakes that swept toward the heavenly human tribe. The roots were extremely powerful. Some of the weaker heavenly human tribe members were hit by the roots. They screamed and their bodies exploded. Then their flesh and blood were all absorbed by the roots. Even the stronger ones, such as those at the 8th or 9th level of the great god realm, were sent flying by the roots and vomited blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There were at least a dozen roots. Each of them was more than 1,000 miles long. They danced in the air and attacked crazily. In an instant, at least 30 heavenly human tribe members were killed by the roots. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the heavenly human tribe members, the tree seemed to have become more luxuriant and taller. Its roots also became thicker and more powerful. The dozens of roots grew longer and swept toward the remaining heavenly human tribe members. Damn it! Back off! The heavenly human tribe members were shocked and quickly retreated. As they retreated, they attacked the roots and tried to cut them off. However, when these attacks landed on the roots, they only emitted clang 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 sounds of metal colliding. They only left marks on the roots but did not cut through them. The dozens of roots continued to attack the heavenly human tribe members. Another dozen heavenly human tribe members were caught off guard and were swept away by the roots. They were killed instantly and their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots. The remaining 50 heavenly human tribe members were terrified. They did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. You want to retreat? Disaster-avoiding ghosts, come back. Lu Ming thought. The calamity-avoiding ghosts, who had been battling the dozen or so heavenly humans who had mastered the supreme power of the heavens, suddenly turned around and charged toward the retreating heavenly humans. The disaster-avoiding ghosts and the roots attacked from two sides. The heavenly human tribe members could not escape and they inevitably bumped into each other. Instantly, more than a dozen heavenly human tribe experts had their bodies invaded by more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts. These heavenly human tribe elites let out blood-curdling screams. Under the horrified gazes of the other heavenly human tribe elites, they quickly shriveled up and turned into dried corpses. Their essence, chi, and soul had all been devoured. This time, many of them had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, and the others had the strength of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer. After devouring these experts, the bodies of the dozen or so calamity-overcoming ghosts became significantly more corporeal and larger. Their auras became even more sinister and frightening. They were at least twice as strong as before. Creak, creak, creak. These disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed, and their gazes became even more ferocious as they stared at the other heavenly humans. The remaining heavenly humans felt chills run down their spines and cold sweat trickled down their backs. They no longer had the heart to continue fighting and fled in all directions. If that was the case, they would be even more unable to block the pincer attack of the tree roots and the disaster-avoiding ghost. These Celestial Clan experts fell one after another. Even if the 10 experts with the strongest heavenly powers went all out to defend, it was useless. The Celestials were killed one by one, and they were all turned into nutrients for the tree, making it stronger and stronger. "Retreat, retreat!" shouted the young genius of the Celestial Clan in the end. He chose to retreat. Lu Ming, of course, wouldn't let these Celestial Clan experts retreat. He controlled the tree and its roots extended to 10,000 miles. At the same time, the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after the Celestial Clan experts. In the end, the Celestial Clan experts paid a heavy price and escaped from the mountain range. But it was too tragic. Originally, there had been more than 100 Celestial Clan experts in the mountain range. But in the end, only 7 of them had survived. Even a strong man of the heavenly human clan who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer was careless. He was surrounded by a few ghosts and was killed. That young genius of the Celestial Clan took the other 6 Celestial Clan experts and ran very far away. They only stopped when the disaster-avoiding ghosts stopped chasing them. Damn it, Mu Yun!" roared the Celestial Clan expert. The heaven's favorite of the Celestial tribe growled. His face was twisted with anger and was extremely ferocious. Their losses were too great. This time, they had suffered too great a loss. The Celestial Clan was divided into many branches, and the competition between them was great. They had to compete for power and resources, etc. He was the leader of this high-grade earth vein, which meant that his branch had occupied it. The other Celestial Clan experts were his subordinates. But now they were all dead. It was too great a loss for him. "Young Master Yichu Haohan, what should we do now?" asked a strong man. The young man's name was Yichu Haohan. "What should we do? Of course, we have to take revenge. Mu Yun, I will skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Now, let's leave this place and find other experts to kill this brat together." Yichu Haohan roared. His killing intent was extremely strong. After saying that, he turned around and left with the other 6 Celestial Clan experts. On the mountain range, Lu Ming and Yi Ling watched Yichu Haohan and the others leave. It's a pity that this is not the disaster-avoiding sea. The disaster-avoiding ghosts are greatly restricted, Lu Ming sighed. Of course, he would not let Yichu Haohan and the others go easily. Unfortunately, he found that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not be too far away from the tree. If they were too far away from the tree, their strength would decrease greatly. Obviously, they would still be greatly affected if they were not in the disaster-avoiding sea. The Celestial Clan will probably retaliate soon. Let's seize the time to condense the desolation pills and cultivate, Yi Ling said. All right, let's count our gains first, Lu Ming said. This time, they had killed more than 100 Celestial Clan experts and obtained their storage rings. The 2 of them were looking forward to it. Would there be no pill furnaces and desolation pills in the storage rings of these Celestial Clan experts? The 2 of them came to the bottom of the tree, took out all the storage rings, and began to count them. After counting, the 2 of them smiled. It was a big gain. It was really a big gain. Among the rings of holding, there were about 12 million desolation pills. After splitting the spoils, the 2 of them each had about 6 million desolation pills. In addition, the two of them had some left before, so they had a lot of desolation pills. In addition, there were 200 pill furnaces. Most of them were pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter, but there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. The two of them divided it equally, so each of them had 100 pill furnaces. Lu Ming's heart was beating faster. After all, he had worked so hard and only had a total of 75 pill furnaces. Among them, there were only 5 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. With these 100 pill furnaces, the total number of pill furnaces was 175. Among them, there were 10 pill furnaces with a diameter of 3 meters. Yi Ling probably had even more pill furnaces. It's a pity that Yi Chu Haohan escaped. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Chapter 43-49. Yi Chu Haohan was the leader of the heavenly human tribe. Most of the pill furnaces must be in his hands. As for the others, they probably only had a small portion. This was only a small portion of the pill furnaces, yet there were already 200 of them. Yi Chu Haohan must have even more pill furnaces. If they could kill him, they would be rich. It was a pity that the other party had escaped. As long as the other party left the range of the calamity-avoiding ghost, Lu Ming could not do anything to them. His and Yi Ling's actual combat power was still a far cry from that of the heavenly humans. Based on their actual combat power, they would definitely be killed in seconds. The two of them came to the bottom of the tree and started refining the desolation pills without stopping. Lu Ming chose a flat area to sit down on. With a wave of his hand, 175 pill furnaces flew out and landed on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming waved his hand and streaks of forbidden energy flew into the pill furnaces. Buzz. The pill furnaces vibrated and runes appeared on them. The desolation chi between heaven and earth quickly gathered towards the pill furnaces. The desolation chi here was too dense. When it gathered towards the pill furnaces, it was like a tornado was blowing. After activating all 175 pill furnaces, Lu Ming did not bother about them anymore. He started to comprehend the normal secret skills. Half a day later, the 175 pill furnaces started to vibrate. Then, desolation pills flew out like raindrops. There were too many of them. They were densely packed and flew out of the pill furnaces continuously, filling the entire sky. So many, even Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then, he grabbed the air and a strong suction force was produced. All the desolation pills gathered towards Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual consciousness and calculated the exact number of desolation pills. 159,000. In just half a day, he had refined a single furnace of pills and the number of pills had reached 159,000. This speed was extremely shocking and terrifying. At the same time, Lu Ming also calculated the number of pills produced by the pill furnaces with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. A pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could refine 600 desolation pills in one furnace. In the outer region, a pill furnace with a diameter of 1 meter could only refine 12 desolation pills in one furnace. Previously, Lu Ming and the others had tried refining 120 desolation pills in one furnace on an ordinary earth vein. But here, 600 desolation pills in one furnace was 5 times more than an ordinary earth vein. A pill furnace with a diameter of 3 meters could refine 6,000 desolation pills in one furnace. No wonder the heavenly human tribe and the top 10 tribes had occupied the high-level earth veins. They're refining desolation pills. If I want to break through from the 5th to the 6th great supreme god layer, I need 12 million desolate pills. At this speed, I'll need 40 days to refine them. Lu thought. Then, he put the hundreds of thousands of desolation pills into his storage ring and continued to refine desolation pills into the furnace. Just like that, Lu Ming refined elixirs while comprehending the secret skill. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 3 million desolation pills. In addition to the 8 million desolation pills he had before, he now had more than 10 million desolation pills. He was not far from 12 million desolation pills. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura came from about 1,000 miles away from Lu Ming. A sword light could be vaguely seen soaring into the sky. Yi Ling is about to break through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This aura was clearly Yi Ling's. It seemed that Yi Ling had finally collected enough desolation pills to break through. Yi Ling had accumulated a lot of desolation pills in the outer region. After working with Lu Ming, the two of them had more than 8 million desolation pills. In addition to the refining during this period, Yi Ling definitely had more than 20 million desolation pills. Yi Ling's cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. He was in the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. To break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need a lot of desolation pills. He needed more than Lu Ming to break through to the 6th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. After all, Yi Ling was also a peerless genius. The power he controlled was not to be underestimated. Although it was far from taboo power, he still needed more energy than ordinary people to break through. Yi Ling's aura continued to soar. When it reached a peak, it slowly decreased. Lu Ming knew that Yi Ling had reached the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm and stabilized. Lu Ming smiled. After all, he and Yi Ling were in a cooperative relationship. Furthermore, along the way, they had experienced life and death situations. He still trusted Yi Ling's character. The stronger Yi Ling was, the better it would be for him. Yi Ling had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, his battle strength was close to 10 stars. He would be a great help. I have almost enough desolation pills. Continue. Lu Ming collected his thoughts and controlled the cauldron to continue refining desolation pills. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. In the distance, there were streaks of light rushing over at an astonishing speed. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred streaks of light. The people of the heavenly human tribe are indeed here. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. 1,000 miles away, Yi Ling soared into the sky and stood in the air, looking into the distance. Soon, the streaks of light converged and stopped. A few hundred figures appeared in the air. Most of them were experts of the heavenly human tribe. However, there were also some other tribes, such as the Angel tribe, the Demon tribe, the Buddha tribe, the Blood tribe, and the Soul tribe. They were all from the top 10 tribes. The total number was more than 500. Mu Yun is in this earth vein. Do you see that tree? A young man stepped out from the heavenly human tribe and pointed at the tree that Lu Ming had planted with a seed. This young man was Yi Chu Haohan. Is this tree really so terrifying that it killed more than 100 of your people? Another prodigy of the heavenly human tribe said with a puzzled look. This prodigy of the heavenly human tribe was also a terrifying existence. His status in the heavenly human tribe was not inferior to Yi Chu Haohan. He led a group of people and occupied another high-level earth vein. This time, he was called out by Yi Chu Haohan. Of course, it was also because he was greedy and killed Mu Yun. Don't underestimate a tree. This tree should be related to the disaster-avoiding sea. The attack power of its roots is extremely terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that there are more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts living on it. Yi Chu Haohan explained. What? Disaster-avoiding ghosts? And there are more than a dozen of them? Everyone's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. They knew how terrifying the disaster-avoiding ghosts were. It was not something that divine emperors could resist. Facing the disaster-avoiding ghosts, they would only die. Everyone, don't be too afraid. After all, this isn't the Calamity Crossing Ocean. The Calamity Crossing ghost is greatly restricted here. Its strength isn't too strong. Previously, we were able to block its attack with the utmost heaven energy. Moreover, it seems like the Calamity Crossing ghost can't go too far away from the tree. As long as we can cut down the tree, the Calamity Crossing ghost will disappear on its own. Yi Chu Haohan said. Chapter 4350. Yi Chu Haohan was also very smart. After the previous battle, he had already figured out the weaknesses of the tree and the crossing disaster ghost in the past 10 days. Hearing Yi Chu Haohan's explanation, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they still didn't dare to be careless. I suggest that the heavenly human tribe set up the 9th heaven battle formation and suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts with their strongest power. The other tribes should wait for an opportunity to act and support them from the side. Yi Chu Haohan said. I agree. I agree too. That's the safest way. The other heavenly human tribe members nodded. After all, they didn't dare to be careless in the face of something as strange as the evil-avoiding ghosts. The safest way was to set up the ninth heaven battle formation and gather everyone's power. Immediately, about 400 heavenly human tribe members flashed and began to set up a battle formation. Boom! A powerful aura soared into the sky, shaking heaven and earth and causing the void to rumble. They activated the battle formation and dashed toward the Earth Meridian, toward Lu Ming's location. Meanwhile, the angels and the other races were roaming around, assisting the heavenly human tribe and attacking whenever they had the time. When the battle formation set up by the heavenly human tribe approached the Earth vein, it condensed into a huge battle sword and slashed toward Lu Ming. Evil-avoiding ghosts. Lu Ming's mind moved. On the tree, more than a dozen evil-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the heavenly human tribe members. After the last battle, they had devoured many celestial tribe experts, and the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had expanded greatly, and they screeched as they charged toward the celestial tribe experts, clashing with the battle swords formed by the celestial tribe battle formation. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. More than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts trembled violently. They were blocked and forced to retreat from the impact. Among so many heavenly human tribe members, there were naturally many who had mastered the 4 supreme heavenly powers. Therefore, the battle formation was also integrated with the supreme heavenly powers to suppress the evil-avoiding ghosts. However, it only pushed the evil-avoiding ghosts back and didn't hurt them. The battle sword formed by the ninth heaven battle formation was also weakened. The sword light dimmed a little, but it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. He just stood there motionlessly. At this moment, the ground began to move. Rumbling sounds could be heard as roots extended from the ground and swept toward the battle sword. Dozens of roots wrapped around the sword. In the end, with a bang, the battle sword collapsed. Continue, shouted Yi Chu Haohan, and activated the 9 heavens battle formation. A heavenly human tribe member. This figure was from the heavenly human race. He wore a crown on his head and held a golden battle sword in his hand. He was incomparably imposing. Heavenly human tribe members. Kill him, the heavenly human clan's king bellowed. Holding a combat sword, he stepped into the void and charged toward Lu Ming. The combat sword slashed out, causing the void to tremble violently. The sword aura was shocking. He Ha Human tribe members as a tribe Haohan Ha Human tribe member. After all, more than 400 strong cultivators of the heavenly human clan had fused together. Many of them had the strength of the 7th, 8th, and 9th great supreme god layers. How terrifying! Block it! Lu Ming bellowed and gave the order to the big tree. This time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground. The roots didn't attack. Instead, they intertwined to form a huge shield in front of the heavenly human tribe member. Clang! The shocking sword light slashed onto the shield made of intertwined roots, causing a loud boom. Endless sword chi spread out in all directions. However, the sword light was blocked in the end. This caused the expressions of the heavenly human clansmen to turn ugly. The tree's defense was too terrifying. They had set up a battle formation with so many of them. How powerful was its attack power? How could it be blocked? Continue. The heavenly human tribe members roared and continued to control the battle formation to launch a storm of attacks. However, dozens of attacks were blocked by the shield formed by the roots. Moreover, the shield formed by the roots was extremely flexible and could extend to thousands of miles away. No matter how the heavenly human tribe members attacked, they were blocked. You guys, escape from the side and kill Mu Yun. Yi Chu Haohan roared and gave an order to the angel tribe and the blood tribe members. Kill. The angel tribe members escaped from the side and charged at Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts returned to Lu Ming's side at an astonishing speed and charged at those races. Not good, let's join forces. The angels, vampires, and other races. Experts roared and attacked the 11 crossing disaster ghosts with all kinds of attacks. However, their strength was still far inferior to the heavenly human tribe's supreme heavenly power. They couldn't suppress the disaster-avoiding ghosts at all. The disaster-avoiding ghosts rushed past them and charged at the angel tribe, the blood tribe, and the other experts. They rushed into their bodies. These people screamed miserably as their bodies quickly shriveled. Their essence, chi, and spirit were all devoured. When the others saw this scene, they were so scared that their bodies turned cold and they retreated frantically. The dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts chased after them and killed more than a dozen experts, devouring their flesh and blood. The remaining people fled far away in a sorry state. They were still in shock and didn't dare to approach the mountain range again. Go! Lu Ming controlled the dozen or so disaster-avoiding ghosts and charged at the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation. However, the Heavenly Human Tribe's battle formation was indeed powerful. There was a layer of defensive barrier around them that the disaster-avoiding ghosts could not break through. Just like that, the two sides entered a stalemate. The Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to kill Lu Ming, but they were blocked by the big tree. Lu Ming wanted to kill the Heavenly Human Tribe members, but he couldn't do it. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. At this time, the Heavenly Human Tribe members wanted to retreat. Continuously activating the battle formation was very taxing for them. After an hour, many of them couldn't bear it anymore. If this continued, the battle formation might become unstable. In the end, the Heavenly Human Tribe members retreated out of the mountain range and stopped. Damn it! Despicable bastards! Many Heavenly Human Tribe members roared angrily. Lu Ming was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't kill him. This was unacceptable for them, who had always been high and mighty. In their opinion, all living beings in the primeval universe were lowly and lowly. They were all their slaves and their lives were their blessings. Whoever they wanted to kill, they had to obediently let them kill them. They couldn't resist. However, not only did Lu Ming not let them kill him, but he also killed their people repeatedly. In their opinion, this was simply treason and heinous. He deserved to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. Let's recover first, then continue to set up the battle formation and kill our way over. I don't believe that the power of the big tree is endless. Yi Chuheo roared. Among the crowd, his anger and killing intent were the strongest. Chapter 43:51. That's right. Let's recover first and then attack. I don't believe that the power of the tree is endless. The other Heavenly Human Tribe members also roared. Immediately, the Heavenly Human Tribe members took out the primitive pills and refined them to recover their strength. After refining the primitive pills, they recovered quickly. In a short time, they had fully recovered. After recovering, they continued to set up the array and charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were still blocked by the roots of the big tree. Lu Ming sneered. How could he not know what the Heavenly Human Tribe members were thinking? However, they were doomed to be wrong. Would the tree run out of energy? That was impossible. Although they were far away from the disaster-crossing sea, the tree could still absorb the fog from the disaster-crossing sea unknowingly. As long as it absorbed the fog, the tree would not run out of energy. Therefore, no matter how the Heavenly Human Tribe members attacked, it was useless. After a while, the Heavenly Human Tribe retreated and then recovered and continued to attack. In this way, the stalemate lasted for 7 days. Still, no one could do anything to the other. The Heavenly Human Tribe members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, they decided to retreat. They had no choice but to retreat. They could not afford to waste time. They had occupied the high-grade earth vein. If they returned to the high-grade earth vein to refine the primitive pills, how many primitive pills could they refine in a day? Every day they were delayed was a great loss. The 9 Heavens battle formation should be set up by experts of the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm. That way it will be the most powerful. Otherwise, the power will be impure. Among us, there are people of different cultivation levels. It is difficult for us to unleash the full power of the battle formation. That's why we can't break the tree's defense. Let's go back now and refine the primitive pills to increase our cultivation. When more people reach the 9th layer of the Emperor God realm, we can set up the battle formation again. It will be easy to break the tree's defense. A genius from the heavenly human tribe said. The others agreed with him. Although Yi Chu Haohan was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat with the other heavenly human tribe members. In an instant, only Lu Ming and Yi Ling were left in the area. After the heavenly human tribe members left, it seems like they won't come back for a while. Yi Ling stepped forward and said, "That's right. This is a good opportunity for us. Let's make the best use of our time to cultivate." Lu Ming said. The two of them continued to refine Great Desolation pills. 7 days later, Lu Ming's desolate pills had already exceeded 12 million. At this time, he began to absorb the desolate pills to increase his cultivation base. As his cultivation increased, the speed at which he refined the desolation pills also increased. Opening his mouth, he sucked in hundreds of thousands of Great Desolation pills, turning them into energy that spread to the 60 trillion cells in his body. Then they turned into taboo energy. After refining it, he continued to refine the Great Desolate pills. Just like that, Lu Ming's cultivation base rose rapidly. From the early stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer to the middle stage of the 5th Great Supreme God layer, then the late stage, then the peak of the 5th Great Supreme God layer. In just a little more than a day, Lu Ming's body erupted with a powerful aura, breaking through a new peak. 6th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. In the Taishang Immortal City, one's cultivation base rose extremely quickly. As long as one had enough desolation pills, one's cultivation base could keep rising. There was no limit to it. There was almost no bottleneck. Before entering the Taishang Immortal City, Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the top of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only a few years had passed, and Lu Ming's cultivation base had risen at an astonishing speed. Now, he had even broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. If this had happened outside, it would have been unimaginable. Even the strongest geniuses of the heavenly human clan, who had endless resources, would have progressed much slower than this. Desolation pills could be said to be treasures that could steal the fortune of the universe. Unfortunately, he couldn't take them out. Otherwise, they would be extremely valuable. Slowly, Lu Ming's chi stabilized. He had broken through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer. After breaking through to the 6th Great Supreme God layer, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously. With his fighting strength at the top of the 12-star Great Supreme God layer, he could be considered an expert even in the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Only those who had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with at least 3 stars could compete with Lu Ming. There weren't many people from ordinary clans who had the strength of 3 stars. In other words, in the primitive universe, Lu Ming was one of the strongest cultivators below the Great Supreme God layer. But it wasn't enough. He still had a long way to go. If he improved, others would also improve. After a while, the 2nd floor of the Taishang Immortal City would be filled with cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God layer and above. There would even be a handful of cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer. Besides, there would be many geniuses there. For example, how strong would the geniuses on the universe's young geniuses list be if they broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer? There were also the core disciples of the Heavenly Palace, especially the Heavenly Human Clan, who were the most terrifying. There were also terrifying geniuses in the prime of their lives. Therefore, Lu Ming still had a long way to go. The 6th Great Supreme God layer was far from enough. He still needed to improve. However, to break through from the 6th Great Supreme God layer to the 7th Great Supreme God layer, he would need even more desolation pills. Lu Ming estimated that he would need 120 million desolation pills. That was a shocking number. Even in this high-level earth vein, it would take more than a year to refine desolation pills. Therefore, he couldn't waste time. Lu Ming waited for his cultivation to stabilize before continuing to refine desolation pills. Time passed day by day. The Heavenly Human Clan didn't come to trouble Lu Ming anymore. Soon more than 10 days had passed. During this time, the news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied a high-level Earth vein, and that the Heavenly Human Clan had suffered a great loss and couldn't do anything to Lu Ming's group spread like wildfire. Soon all the Earth veins in the core area were big and small. There was an ordinary Earth vein in the area north of Lu Ming's group. On the surface, this Earth vein was occupied by a clan from the primitive universe. In fact, it was occupied by the Heaven Destroyer. Their leader was Tian Xianyu. When Tian Xianyu received the news, she was dumbfounded. It took her a long time to react. I didn't expect that Lu Ming and Yi Ling could occupy a high-level Earth vein. This is really beyond my expectations. Tian Xianyu exclaimed. Tian Xianyu, what should we do now? What's your plan? Another person asked. In this star palace, the Heaven Destroyer is too weak. We definitely won't be a match for the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, we can only hide in the dark and slowly accumulate strength. However, we won't be able to hide from the Heavenly Human Clan for long. We'll be discovered sooner or later. Especially now that the Heavenly Human Clan has suffered a great loss at the hands of Lu Ming and Yi Ling. They will definitely transfer their resentment to the Heaven Destroyer. I reckon that during this period, the Heavenly Human Clan will be secretly searching for the Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, we must leave as soon as possible and seek refuge with Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Tian Xianyu said. Chapter 43-52. Heaven Destroyer was relatively weak in this star palace. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed many members of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Tian Xianyu was sure that the Heavenly Human Tribe would not let them go. They would definitely search for Heaven Destroyer secretly. If this continued, they would be in danger. Therefore, Tian Xianyu wanted to bring her people to Lu Ming. Another reason was that Lu Ming and the others were occupying a high-level Earth vein. If they could join Lu Ming and enter the high-level Earth vein, they would be able to refine desolation pills much faster. The higher the level of the Emperor God realm, the more desolation pills one would need to break through. Even if one was not talented enough and did not control enough power, the number of desolation pills required when one reached the 7th, 8th, or even 9th layer of the Emperor God realm would be shocking. It's good to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling, but I don't know if they will agree. Some people were worried. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, we are Heaven Destroyer's people. We are on the same side. Moreover, we have no grudges against them. I believe Lu Ming and Yi Ling will not be so heartless. Pack up and let's go. Tian Xianyu said. Soon, Tian Xianyu led a group of people to the high-level Earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. In fact, Tian Xianyu and the others were not the only Heaven Destroyer hiding in the dark. There were others who were hiding in various places. Some of them did not even hide in the Earth vein. They just stayed in the mountains where the desolation chi was thicker. When they heard about Lu Ming and Yi Ling, some of them were tempted and went to the Earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. They were ready to join Lu Ming and the others. However, not everyone was going to join Lu Ming and Yi Ling. For example, Fei Yi. Although Fei Yi and the others had crossed the Adversity Crossing Sea with Tian Xianyu and the others, they had left Tian Xianyu and the others after arriving at the Adversity Crossing Sea. Fei Yi's ambition was not small. He did not want to live under someone else's roof, so he led a group of people and hid at the edge of an ordinary Earth vein. He secretly refined the desolation pill and raised his cultivation. He was very confident that his talent was high enough. As long as his cultivation increased, he would not be weaker than others. When he heard that Lu Ming had killed many heavenly humans and occupied a high-grade Earth vein, his heart was filled with jealousy. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lu Ming's talent may be high, but his brain isn't good. If he offends the celestial race like this, the celestial race will definitely take revenge on him. Although he has gained some advantages now, he will die sooner or later. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for. We don't have to get too close to this person. If we get too close to him, we'll be killed by him sooner or later. Trust me, he won't be arrogant for long. Fei Yi said coldly. Hearing Fei Yi's words, a few people who originally wanted to suggest joining Lu Ming could only swallow their words. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. During these days, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been concentrating on refining desolation pills. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolation pills every day. At this rate, Lu Ming should be able to gather enough desolation pills to break through to the 7th Great Supreme God layer in a little more than a year. However, at this moment, a group of people arrived nearby. As expected, they're here. Heaven Destroyer's people, whispered Lu Ming. He stood up and floated in the air. Yiling also noticed this group of people. He also flew over and landed next to Lu Ming. It's Tian Shenyue and the others, said Yiling. Lu Ming nodded. He had already seen Tian Shenyue in the crowd. He glanced around and did not see Fei Yi and the others. Brother Lu, Brother Yi, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you would cause such a big commotion. I'm really surprised. Tian Shenyue smiled and cupped her fists. She was much more polite than the last time they had met. We were just lucky. May I know why Brother Tian Shenyue is here? Asked Lu Ming, even though he already knew the answer. He knew very well that Tian Shenyue and the others had most likely come to seek refuge with him. However, since they had not said anything, he would not take the initiative to ask them to come in. To be honest, we are here to seek refuge with Brother Lu and Brother Yi. Brother Lu and Brother Yi, you must take us in. Tian Shenyue cupped her fists and said humbly. Hearing that Tian Shenyue and the others had indeed come to seek refuge with them, Lu Ming could not help but ponder. The desolation qi in the earth vein was not endless. It would be exhausted as the desolation pills continued to condense. The reason why the desolation qi in the earth vein was so dense was because it had accumulated over a long period of time. 60 stellar years ago, someone had been here. Over the past 60 stellar years, the primordial gas had accumulated to such a high concentration. If it was only Lu Ming and Yi Ling who were condensing the desolation pills, they would be able to last longer. However, with the addition of others, the duration would be much shorter. This was where Lu Ming was pondering. Lu Ming, Tian Shenyue, is very talented. It would be a pity if she died in the hands of the heavenly human tribe. It would be a great loss for Heaven Destroyer. Yi Ling whispered to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and said, all right, everyone can come in. Lu Ming finally nodded in agreement. Tian Shenyue and the others were very talented. When they grew up, they would become the backbone of the heavenly palace. It would be impossible for him to fight against the heavenly palace alone. He would have to gather all his forces to fight against the heavenly palace. Therefore, he would help the heaven-exterminating army whenever he could. As for the lack of desolation qi in the earth vein, he would look for other earth veins later. Thank you, Lu Ming, Brother Yi. Thank you. Tian Shenyue and the others thanked him repeatedly and then flew into the earth vein. They scattered to various parts of the earth vein, then took out their pill furnaces and began to refine desolation pills. Lu Ming and Yi Ling also returned to their original place and continued to refine pills. In the following period, from time to time, people from Heaven Destroyer came to seek refuge. Lu Ming did not refuse and let them in. During this process, the heavenly human tribe's counterattack finally began. The heavenly human tribe sent out experts to hunt down the people of Heaven Destroyer. Many people from Heaven Destroyer who were hiding in the dark were killed. This made more people come to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Some people who did not want to seek refuge with Lu Ming also came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In a small mountain range, there was a group of more than 20 people. The leader was Fei Yi. At this time, they were in a very sorry state. They had been hunted down by the heavenly human tribe and were almost wiped out. Fortunately, they had escaped in advance and were lucky to escape. At this moment, many of them had fear on their faces. What should we do? What should we do now? The heavenly human tribe is hunting down our Heaven Destroyer. If this continues, they will catch up to us sooner or later. Someone spoke with a look of panic on his face. It's all Lu Ming's fault. It's all his fault. If he had not killed so many heavenly human tribe members and completely angered them, they would not have gone crazy and hunted down our Heaven Destroyer on a large scale. Lu Ming has to take full responsibility. Fei Yi roared. Chapter 43-53. Fei Yi roared angrily and pushed all the blame onto Lu Ming. Some people on the side did not agree. Was it wrong to kill the celestial humans? Their Heaven Destroyer was known as the Heaven Destroyer because they wanted to destroy the celestial humans. Since they had the chance to kill the celestial humans, they naturally would not let it go. They would do the same if it were them. Fei Yi blamed all of this on Lu Ming, but they did not agree with him at all. However, no one said anything. After all, Fei Yi's cultivation was the highest among them. They still had to count on Fei Yi for the next operation. However, many people were disdainful of Fei Yi's character. I heard that many people have gone to seek refuge with Lu Ming, and Lu Ming has accepted them. Now, those people are in the high-level ley lines, quickly condensing the desolate pills and improving their cultivation. Let's also go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. That's right, I think so too. Let's go and seek refuge with Lu Ming. Yes, the celestial humans don't dare to go there. Moreover, they can quickly improve their cultivation. It's killing two birds with one stone. The others also discussed animatedly, all of them suggesting to seek refuge with Lu Ming. In the end, everyone's gazes turned to Fei Yi. Fei Yi's expression was a little ugly. Previously, he had despised Lu Ming in public and said that he would not seek refuge with Lu Ming. Now, he was asked to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Wasn't that a slap to his face? However, he also wanted to seek refuge with Lu Ming. There were many dangers outside, and he might be found and killed by the celestial humans at any time. However, if he were to agree to submit to Lu Ming so easily, how could he not feel embarrassed? Therefore, he continued to ponder. Fei Yi, I know you have a grudge with Lu Ming, but now is not the time to be impulsive. You should put aside your grudge and seek refuge with him. That's right. Our common enemy is the celestial humans. A little grudge between us is a small matter. This matter concerns all of our lives. Fei Yi, think about it. The others tried to persuade him. Well, I don't care about my own safety. At worst, I will perish together with the heavenly human tribe. But you are innocent. For the sake of everyone's safety, I have decided to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Everyone, let's go. In the end, Fei Yi found a way out of this embarrassing situation. Only after saying some hypocritical words did he agree. Immediately, they set off. Fortunately, they weren't too far away from the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. With a bit of luck, they didn't encounter any heavenly human tribe experts along the way. Thus, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein where Lu Ming and the others were. As soon as Fei Yi and the others approached, Lu Ming sensed them. Someone else is coming, Lu Ming muttered. He finished comprehending the secret technique and looked into the distance. Flying leaves. Lu Ming's eyes moved, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Fei Yi looked around and saw Lu Ming. However, he pretended that he didn't see Lu Ming and said to the people around him, "Let's go directly into the mountain range and find a place to stay." Aren't we going to inform Lu Ming? It's not good to just go in like this. Someone hesitated. What's not good about it? Anyway, the people of Heaven Destroyer can enter. We are also Heaven Destroyer. He has no reason to refuse us. Let's go in quickly, Fei Yi said. He didn't want to face Lu Ming and wanted to go directly into the mountain range. The others could only bite the bullet and follow Fei Yi. Hee, you didn't even ask for my permission. Lu Ming sneered. He got up and stepped out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Fei Yi and the others. Everyone, please wait, Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, it's you. What a coincidence. Fei Yi pretended that he had just seen Lu Ming and squeezed out a stiff smile. Oh, is that so? Everyone, this is my place. Please go back. Lu Ming waved his hand. This made many people's faces change. Lu Ming didn't accept their surrender? Lu Ming, we're here to seek refuge with you. Now, the people of the heavenly human race are wantonly capturing the people of Heaven Destroyer, a brawny man hurriedly explained with a humble attitude. If you're here to seek refuge with me, why did you want to go in without my permission just now? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, we're all Heaven Destroyer. We should take care of each other. There's no need to greet each other, right? Fei said. Take care of each other? Ha. Lu Ming sneered and said, that's not what you said in the outer area. At that time, I was being chased by the heavenly human race. Why didn't you say that we should take care of each other? Instead, you were afraid that I would implicate you, so you asked me to leave alone and leave the team. Now, you're telling me to take care of each other? Lu Ming's words were full of mockery. Beside the flying leaf, many people revealed looks of shame. Indeed, because Lu Ming was being chased by the heavenly human race, Fei Yi didn't want to act with Lu Ming because he was afraid of being implicated by Lu Ming. He wanted to let Lu Ming leave alone. They didn't stop him, but now they came to seek refuge with Lu Ming. Fei Yi even said that they should take care of each other, which made their faces burn. Damn Lu Ming! Fei Yi was roaring in his heart. Lu Ming had brought this up in public. It was simply a slap to his face. In his opinion, Lu Ming was humiliating him and embarrassing him. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of Lu Ming's strength and that he needed Lu Ming's help now, he would have directly suppressed Lu Ming and made Lu Ming kneel in front of him, kowtow, and admit his mistake. Lu Ming, why do you have to be so calculative over such a small matter? After all, we are members of the Heaven Destroyer. If we are killed by the heavenly human race, it will be a great loss for the Heaven Destroyer. Fei Yi suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Ha." Lu Ming sneered. The more Fei Yi interacted with him, the more he felt that this person was shameless. Now, in his words, it became Lu Ming being calculative? You're right. I am calculative. What's wrong? Everyone else can enter this earth vein and get my protection. Only you, Fei Yi, get out of here. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person and directly ordered him to leave. Lu Ming, you're too narrow-minded. This is revenge, plain and simple revenge. Fei Ye's expression changed drastically and he shouted. Yes, I'm narrow-minded. I'm taking revenge. What's wrong? Lu Ming said lightly. You. Fei Yi pointed at Lu Ming and couldn't say a word for a long time. Everyone, if you want to enter, hurry up. If you want to leave with Fei Yi, I won't stop you. Lu Ming said to the others beside Fei Yi. I'll enter. Of course I'll enter. Those people hurriedly answered and stepped forward. They already had some contempt for Fei Yi in their hearts. Why would they leave with Fei Yi now? What a joke. These people flew into the mountain range one after another. Lu Ming didn't stop them. Fei Ye's expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and also wanted to fly into the mountain range. I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at Fei Yi. The violent fist energy was extremely terrifying. Although Fei Yi tried his best to resist, it was useless. He was blasted back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 43-54. Lu Ming, I'm also a member of the Heaven Destroyer. You want to kill me? You're killing your own kind. Fei Yi roared, changed his direction, and continued to fly towards the mountain range. He was completely shameless. Lu Ming didn't allow him to enter, but he insisted on entering. If he was alone outside, only death would await him. He would definitely be killed by the heavenly human tribe. Compared to his life, face and face were nothing. Even if he was shameless, he still wanted to enter the mountain range. As a member of the Heaven Destroyer, he didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill him. Get lost. Lu Ming threw out another punch, sending Fei Yi flying. Lu Ming, even if you have a forbidden body, you can't do whatever you want. If you dare to kill me, you'll be punished when you get out. Fei Yi roared and continued to rush towards the mountain range. At this time, Yi Ling, Tian Shenyue, and the others in the mountain range were already alarmed. At this moment, they were looking at Fei Yi with disdain. This Fei Yi was too damn shameless. He was not allowed to enter, but he still insisted on entering. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the ground suddenly rumbled and a root flew out. It was the root of the big tree. The root was as fast as lightning, sweeping towards Fei Yi. With Fei Yi's strength, he couldn't avoid it at all and was directly wrapped up by the root. Lu Ming, what are you doing? If you dare to kill me, you'll pay with your life. Fei Yi roared, his eyes filled with fear. What do you mean I'm going to kill you? I didn't do anything. Where did this root come from? Why would it attack you? I don't know. Lu Ming sneered. He spread his hands and blamed everything on the roots of the plants. This is clearly controlled by you, Fei Yi roared. Who has evidence? Lu Ming sneered, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Feeling the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Fei Yi shuddered and his heart was filled with fear. He could feel that Lu Ming really wanted to kill him. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, Fei Yi shouted. Finally, he no longer dared to be unreasonable and began to beg for mercy. Kill! Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a thought, the roots suddenly tightened. The violent power directly caused Fei Ye's body to explode. His flesh and blood were directly devoured by the roots. Fei Yi had fallen. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming put away Fei Ye's storage ring and returned to the base of the tree. All the other members of the Heaven Exterminating Army saw this scene. However, they all felt that Fei Yi deserved to die. They all felt great disdain toward Fei Ye's moral character. After discussing with each other in secret, they all decided that they would not spread this matter after leaving this place. In fact, Lu Ming didn't care even if the news got out. It was just killing of Fei Yi. He didn't take it to heart. After returning to the base of the tree, Lu Ming took out Fei Ye's storage ring and found 5 alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to take them for his own use. In the following period, several batches of Heaven Destroyer members came to seek refuge, and Lu Ming accepted them one by one. Since then, everything had calmed down. The heavenly human race didn't come to attack. Lu Ming's life seemed to have returned to normal. However, Lu Ming knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Lu Ming was refining the desolate pills while comprehending the secret arts, seizing every moment. His combat strength had almost reached the peak of 12 stars, but it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. The higher the star level, the more difficult it was to increase one's combat strength by 1 star. At 12 stars, it was extremely difficult to reach 13 stars. During this period, Lu Ming kept comprehending the secret arts, turning them into runes and fusing them with his cells. However, his combat strength was still at 12 stars, not 13 stars. However, Lu Ming wasn't discouraged. He understood that the more runes he fused with the forbidden energy, the stronger it would become. As long as he fused enough runes, there would definitely be a qualitative change, and his combat strength would reach 13 stars. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming received more than 300,000 desolate pills every day. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 2 months had passed. In 1 year and 2 months, Lu Ming had accumulated more than 120 million desolate pills. Lu Ming had accumulated enough to break through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Lu Ming finished comprehending the secret arts and started to absorb the desolate pills. He swallowed more than 1 million desolate pills in one gulp. These desolate pills were turned into forbidden energy, and Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly again. This time, it took a total of 3 days to refine over 100 million desolation pills. Lu Ming's aura continued to soar, and finally broke through a bottleneck and reached another level. 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through again, reaching the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. His combat strength had increased by a large margin. Phew! Lu Ming took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He was much more confident now. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced some 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts from the Heavenly Human Tribe. Unless his opponent had a battle strength of 7 stars or above. Of course, this cultivation was far from enough. It was enough to fight against ordinary 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts, but it was far from enough to fight against peerless 9th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts. He had to continue to improve. After stabilizing his cultivation, Lu Ming continued to activate the cauldron to refine desolate pills. About half a year later, Yi Ling had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Yi Ling needed about 200 million primordial pills to break through from the 7th to the 8th level of the primordial God Realm. However, he had more alchemy furnaces than Lu Ming. He used 1 year and 8 months to accumulate about 200 million primordial pills and successfully broke through. During this time, many people broke through to the next level. The speed of accumulating desolate pills was too fast. Many people had accumulated enough desolate pills to break through to the next level. Everyone's strength slowly increased. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Lu Ming had broken through to the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. In 3 years, Lu Ming had accumulated another 300 million desolate pills. However, 300 million desolate pills weren't enough for Lu Ming to break through. If Lu Ming wanted to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God realm from the 7th layer of the Great Supreme God realm, he would need 120 million desolate pills. This was a terrifying number. Given the speed of condensing the primordial pills, Lu Ming would be able to accumulate enough primordial pills in another 9 years. Lu Ming was satisfied with this speed. However, there was an important problem. The desolate qi in this high-grade earth vein was getting thinner and thinner. Recently, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the number of desolate pills refined in the cauldron had decreased. If this continued, the desolate qi in this earth vein would be used up in less than a year. A high-grade earth vein contained enough desolate qi to refine 1 billion desolate pills. Chapter 43-55. The primeval aura contained in a high-level earth meridian could definitely condense more than 1 billion or even more primeval pills. However, before Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the heavenly human tribe had already been here for a few years and had already exhausted a lot of primeval aura. Lu Ming and the rest had been here for a few years and the primeval aura in this high-level earth meridian was finally about to run out. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling met to discuss this matter. In the end, the two of them decided to move. The desolation energy here was far from enough for them to break through. Lu Ming needed 2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. As for Yi Ling, he needed more than 2 billion desolation pills to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God realm. That was not enough. They planned to move and occupy another high-level earth vein. Don't forget that Yi Ling still had a black seed in his hands. In addition, their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. They were much more confident. Which earth vein do you plan to occupy? The heavenly human tribes? Yi Ling asked Lu Ming's opinion. After spending some time together, he knew that Lu Ming was resourceful and far-sighted. No, occupying the high-level earth vein of the heavenly human tribe would waste a seed. It's not worth it. Lu Ming shook his head. Before Yi Ling could ask, he continued to explain, the heavenly human tribe has a lot of cauldrons. After so many years of refining pills, I don't think there's much desolation energy left in the high-level earth vein that they occupy. That's right. You mean the top 10 tribes? Yi Ling asked. He was also very smart. He understood Lu Ming's plan immediately. That's right. I choose the top 10 tribes, the angel tribe. Lu Ming said. That's what I want. Yi Ling smiled. The top 10 tribes were definitely much weaker than the heavenly human tribe. The number of cauldrons that they had was far less than the number of cauldrons that the heavenly human tribe had. Naturally, the speed of absorbing desolation pills would be much slower. Therefore, there should be a lot of desolation pills left in the high-level earth vein that the top 10 tribes occupied. After coming to an agreement, the two of them decided to set off without informing anyone else. Allowing Heaven Destroyer's men to enter this earth vein to absorb the chaos chi was already extremely benevolent. The two of them did not intend to share the earth vein with others. Before setting off, Lu Ming gave the trees an order, telling them not to attack Heaven Destroyer's people. If anyone else came to attack, they were free to attack. After that, the two of them quietly left the high-level ley line and headed towards the angel race's high-level ley line. However, what they didn't know was that not long after they left, they were discovered by the heavenly human tribe. Although the heavenly human tribe did not continue to attack Lu Ming and the others in the past few years, it did not mean that the heavenly human tribe was not prepared. They had long since set up a surveillance spell formation around this advanced earth vein. As soon as Lu Ming and the others left the earth vein, they would be discovered. Above the earth vein, there was a huge tree suppressing it. However, there were no large trees outside the earth veins. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had left the ley line quickly reached the ears of the celestial tribe elites. That brat Mu Yun has finally left. I think it's because their high-level ley line chaos chi is insufficient. That's why they left the ley line to look for a new ley line. Leaving the ley line without the protection of the big tree, let's see how that brat will die. Let's go and kill Mu Yun. Almost all the elites of the celestial tribe were alarmed. They were filled with cold, murderous intent. One by one, they left their positions and charged towards Lu Ming. However, their geographical locations were different. Some were close to Lu Ming and the others, while some were far. Those who were close to them naturally caught up with Lu Ming and the others earlier. Those who were close to them did not plan to wait for the celestial tribe elites who were far away to arrive together before attacking. In their opinion, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat strength was not worth mentioning. They were mainly wary of the big tree. Without the suppression of the big tree, they were confident that they could easily kill Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling did not know that all the celestial tribe elites had been alarmed by them. They flew quickly. However, in less than 2 hours, the two of them suddenly stopped. This was because their spiritual senses were sharp enough to detect a dangerous aura. Retreat. Without hesitation, the two of them executed their movement techniques to the maximum and retreated rapidly. The two of them were extremely fast. With a shake of their bodies, they retreated thousands of miles away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the sky and on the ground, hundreds of terrifying attacks suddenly spread out and attacked the spot where Lu Ming and Yi Ling had been. However, they all missed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling successfully dodged them. However, just as Lu Ming and Yi Ling stopped, there were more attacks coming towards Lu Ming from behind. However, there were only a dozen or so attacks coming after them. Their figures flickered as they dodged all of the attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the surrounding void, figures flashed and appeared one after another. They formed an arc and pressed towards Lu Ming and the others. Celestial tribe, it seems that we are being monitored, Lu Ming whispered. Seeing the appearance of the celestial tribe, Lu Ming naturally thought that they were being monitored. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling's expressions were very calm. There were not many celestial tribe elites. In total, there were about 120 of them. Although there were many experts, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were no longer ignorant. Their combat strength was many times stronger than a few years ago. Mu Yun, let's see where you can escape this time. A young man said coldly and stepped out. His killing intent was as cold as a knife. It was Lu Ming's old acquaintance, Yichu Haohan. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming said lightly. This time, you will die without a doubt. Yichu Haohan said coldly. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lu Ming said. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. There was another young man from the celestial tribe here. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was arrogant and his eyes were cold. He stepped out, turned into a beam of light, and attacked directly. He held a long spear in his hand. The long spear was wrapped in a layer of gray energy. He stabbed at Lu Ming, giving off a strong sense of danger. Heavenly annihilation power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This young man from the celestial tribe was obviously a top genius. His cultivation was at the 8th realm of the Emperor God realm, and he had mastered the heavenly annihilation power. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying. The spear light pierced through the air and went straight for Lu Ming's glabella. I'll be your opponent. Yi Ling shouted coldly. A beam of sword light shot out and collided with the opponent's long spear. Clang. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The sword chi and the spear light swept out in all directions. Then Yi Ling and the genius from the celestial tribe retreated at the same time. However, Yi Ling only took a few steps back. The genius from the celestial tribe retreated more than a dozen steps. Obviously, Yi Ling had the upper hand. 9-star battle strength, but not as good as Yi Ling. Lu Ming judged in his heart. Chapter 43-56. The genius from the heavenly human tribe exchanged blows with Yi Ling, and Lu Ming could see his combat strength. This was because the prodigy of the heavenly human clan had already exhausted all his strength in order to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. 9-star combat strength. The genius from the heavenly human tribe had a 9-star combat strength. Such combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Among all the geniuses from the heavenly human tribe that Lu Ming had seen, he was the most powerful one. However, he only had an ordinary 9-star combat strength while Yi Ling had a peak 9-star combat strength. Therefore, the genius from the heavenly human tribe was the one who was forced to retreat. However, they were both 9-star combat strength. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not a big difference. It did not mean that Yi Ling would definitely win the battle. There were many factors that determined the outcome of a battle. Combat experience, mental strength, and adaptability could all affect the outcome of a battle. Of course, if the difference in combat strength was too great, it would be a different story. Kill! The genius from the heavenly human tribe shouted and continued to attack Yi Ling. At the same time, Yichu Haohan seized the opportunity to attack Lu Ming. Boundless divine skill, heavenly punishment battle saber. Yichu Haohan shouted. The moment he attacked, he raised his combat strength to the maximum and used his strongest killing move. Naturally, he also controlled the strongest heavenly power. It was the heavenly punishment force. He held the battle saber in his hand and the heavenly punishment force exploded. The saber radiance was shocking and it slashed down, wanting to cut Lu Ming in half. Sky-splitting move. Facing Yichu Haohan's attack, Lu Ming did not hold back and pushed his combat strength to the maximum. Battle character art, 7 times combat strength, sky-splitting move, whoosh. Lu Ming turned into a spear radiance and broke through the air, exchanging blows with Yichu Haohan. This move also caused both of them to retreat. However, the scene was almost exactly the same as Yi Ling and the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming retreated less, while Yichu Haohan retreated more. Lu Ming realized that Yichu Haohan's combat strength was similar to that of the genius from the heavenly human tribe. He also had the strength of the 8th great supreme god layer and 9 stars. As for Lu Ming, although his cultivation was 1 level lower than his opponent's, he possessed battle prowess at the peak of 12-star. In a direct confrontation, Lu Ming's combat strength was above Yichu Haohan's. Damn it, how is this possible? Yichu Haohan roared in his heart, filled with shock. How could Lu Ming's battle prowess be so strong? He had a 9-star battle prowess, and his cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. But in a head-on confrontation, he was actually inferior to Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming possessed 12 stars of battle prowess? 12 stars of battle prowess. What kind of concept was this? This was definitely a world-shaking matter because according to what he knew, in the entire celestial race, those whose battle prowess could reach 12 stars could be counted on one hand. Let's attack together and kill this person. Yichu Haohan roared. Kill! Around them, the others also made their moves. All kinds of attacks were like a tide, rushing towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were many 9th-layer Emperor God existences. In the past few years, the number of 9th-layer Emperor God experts in the celestial race had increased by quite a lot. However, before the celestial race members made their move, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had already joined forces and rushed towards a direction. This was because they had secretly exchanged information and planned to break out of the encirclement together. Although their current battle prowess had increased by many times compared to a few years ago, there were too many experts in the celestial race, and many of them were stronger than them. They were still no match for them in terms of battle prowess alone. Escape was the best option. The two of them joined forces and rushed towards the direction where the celestial race members were the weakest. A ray of sword light and a ray of spear light gathered together, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. The celestial race members in that direction hurriedly tried to block it. However, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were right. The celestial race members in that direction were indeed weaker. After the two sides' attacks collided, the celestial race members could not help but retreat. In this way, there was a flaw in the encirclement around Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming and Yi Ling immediately used their strongest movement techniques. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora skill and turned into an aurora. In a flash, he rushed out of the encirclement. Yi Ling was not bad either. He turned into a ray of sword light and rushed out of the encirclement after a few flashes. After rushing out of the encirclement, the two of them quickly flew in the same direction. Chase after them. Damn it, don't let them escape. Inform the others to stop them on their way back. Don't let them return to the high-grade earth vein. Yi Chu Haohan and the others shouted. At the same time, they passed the message to the other experts of the celestial race who were rushing over. They asked the experts of the celestial race who were closer to the high-grade earth vein to stop Lu Ming and Yi Ling from returning to the high-grade earth vein. This was because that high-grade earth vein had a terrifying tree. Once Lu Ming and Yi Ling returned, they would not be able to kill Lu Ming. At the same time, they chased after Lu Ming and Yi Ling as fast as they could. However, they guessed wrong. Lu Ming did not intend to return to the high-grade earth vein at all. Instead, he rushed in another direction. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were more than 10 celestial race experts following Lu Ming and Yi Ling. More celestial race experts from other directions had arrived. We're almost there. Lu Ming and Yi Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. A mountain range appeared in front of them. They were about to reach their destination. Swoosh swoosh. The two of them flew over the mountain range like two rays of light. Then, they suddenly stopped in midair and looked back at the celestial race experts who were rushing over. The celestial race experts behind them were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming and Yi Ling had suddenly stopped. No matter what the reason is, with so many of us joining forces, even if they have some tricks up their sleeves, they won't be able to escape death. Don't split up. Let's attack together. Yi Chu Haohan and the rest shouted. They did not slow down and continued to rush toward Lu Ming and Yi Ling at an alarming speed. However, when they got close to Lu Ming and Yi Ling, their pupils shrank. That was because they saw a shocking scene. In the valley below, there was a towering tree. This towering tree left a deep impression on them, especially Yi Chu Haohan, who had been taught a lesson in blood. Many of his experts had become food for this tree. That's right. This tree was very similar to the tree on the high-grade earth vein that Lu Ming and Yi Ling were in. It was almost the same. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Bam, bam, bam. The ground exploded. Hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground like terrifying whips and poisonous snakes. They swept toward the celestial race experts. At the same time, more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts screamed and rushed toward the celestial race experts from the ground. Be alert! Defend, defend! The celestial race experts shouted. However, this scene was far beyond their expectations. They had never expected such a tree to appear here. By the time they saw the tree, its attack had already begun. They were in chaos and it was too late for them to defend themselves. Chapter 43:57. In such a short time, the heavenly human tribe members did not have time to defend themselves. Hundreds of roots and more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had already reached them. Many of the heavenly humans were wrapped up by the roots. With a squeeze, the bodies of the heavenly humans exploded. Their flesh and blood were absorbed by the roots of the tree. In addition, more than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts had entered the bodies of more than a dozen heavenly human tribe members. Their bodies shriveled up and their essence, chi, soul, and flesh and blood were all devoured. In an instant, nearly 50 heavenly human tribe members had died. The remaining heavenly human tribe members were all above the 7th layer of the Great God realm. They were quick to react and had great combat strength. That was how they managed to survive. Kill, kill. Lu Ming kept shouting and giving orders to the tree. The roots of the tree kept attacking crazily. More than a dozen disaster-avoiding ghosts were also screaming and fighting crazily. The remaining 80 or so heavenly human tribe members were in a difficult situation. They could not form an effective defense and many of them were killed by the tree. Retreat, retreat first. Yi Chu Hao shouted and rushed out crazily. Even Yi Chu Hao, who had such combat strength, was in danger when facing such a tree. If he was not careful, he could die. They had to rush out and form a battle formation to fight against the tree. Now, they were being attacked by the roots and the disaster-avoiding ghosts. Everyone was in a mess and could not form a battle formation successfully. Let's attack too. Lu Ming said to Yi Ling, "That's what I want." Yi Ling smiled hideously and his killing intent was like a knife. The two of them looked around the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, Their eyes lit up and they attacked at the same time. The two of them flashed and rushed out like lightning. Lu Ming rushed toward the brawny Heavenly Human Tribe member. The brawny Heavenly Human Tribe member was at the 9th layer of the Great God Realm and had 6 stars of combat strength. He was not much weaker than Lu Ming. It would be difficult for Lu Ming to kill him in a head-on fight. However, this person had just been struck by one of the tree's roots. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated, giving Lu Ming an opportunity. Lu Ming unleashed the heaven-breaking style and transformed into a beam of spear gleam. He dashed forward and pierced a hole through the man's glabella. A cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer had died and Lu Ming had taken his ring. As for the other one, Yi Ling also succeeded. He also killed a strong man of the Heavenly Human Tribe who had the strength of the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Layer. Unfortunately, geniuses like Yi Chu Haohan had high talent and high status. Others would risk their lives to protect them. It was very difficult to find such a good opportunity. After Lu Ming killed a celestial race expert, his figure flashed and he retreated far away. He continued to observe. Once he saw a celestial race member fall into a passive state, he would immediately counterattack and launch a fatal attack. It was the same for Yi Ling. The two of them were not affected by the roots of the giant tree and the evil-avoiding ghosts, so they could come and go as they pleased. In addition, their battle prowess was extremely powerful. For the Heavenly Human Tribe, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. The Heavenly Human Tribe members were being killed one by one. Soon, the number of Heavenly Human Tribe members was reduced to about 50. At that moment, the Heavenly Human Tribe members finally broke out of the encirclement and started to run away. They only stopped when they reached a place where the evil-avoiding ghosts could not chase after them. It's a pity that the tree is good for defense, but it's not good for offense, Lu Ming sighed. However, Lu Ming was very satisfied that he had been able to kill so many Heavenly Human Tribe members this time. After all, the tree had been planted by accident a few years ago. At that time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had just entered the core area. They wanted to see if the black seed was useful in the core area, so they had thrown it here. At that time, they had regretted that they had wasted a seed. They had not thought that it would come in handy now. Previously, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had purposely come here to lure the Heavenly Human Tribe members here. Then, they had killed a large number of Heavenly Human Tribe members. Damn it. Where did these bastards get so many terrifying trees? The Heavenly Human Tribe members were furious. However, they were also frightened and did not dare to continue attacking Lu Ming and the rest. Sorry, I have as many of these trees as you want. Yi Ling laughed and a black seed appeared in his hand. He held the black seed and walked towards the Heavenly Human Tribe members. Damn it. That tree grew from this seed. It can grow in a very short period of time. Retreat. After seeing the black seed in Yi Ling's hand, Yi Chu Haohan shouted in horror. He had seen the black seed germinate and grow into a towering tree with his own eyes. What? They still have more? Damn it. Retreat. The Heavenly Human Tribe members did not dare to let Yi Ling get close to them. They quickly retreated. Yi Ling followed closely behind the Heavenly Human Tribe members as they retreated. His speed became faster and faster as he chased after the Heavenly Human Tribe members. The Heavenly Human Tribe members did not dare to stay. Damn it, let's leave this place first. In the end, the Heavenly Human Tribe members decided to leave this place first to make further plans. They gathered together and flew at full speed. Yi Ling did not chase after them. Soon, the Heavenly Human Tribe members completely disappeared from this area. Yi Ling returned and met up with Lu Ming. The two of them did not stop and continued to head towards the high-grade earth vein where the angels were. They did not encounter any danger. Soon, they arrived at the high-grade earth vein that the angels were occupying. This high-grade earth vein was not smaller than the one that Lu Ming and the rest had occupied previously. From afar, it was misty and looked like a fairyland. There is still a lot of desolation she left here. That's great. Yi Ling was overjoyed. Lu Ming also smiled. Sure enough, the angels did not control many pill furnaces. The remaining desolation chi in this high-grade earth vein was still quite rich. It could definitely condense a large number of desolation pills. The two of them rushed towards the high-grade earth vein. Who is it? Do you want to die? A few angry shouts came from the mountain range. More than a dozen figures rushed into the sky and blocked Lu Ming and the rest. It was indeed the angels. The younger generation had angel wings and was covered in pure white holy light. Mu Yun, it's Mu Yun. One of the burly men from the angel clan recognized Lu Ming and could not help shouting. What? It's Mu Yun. How dare he come here? No matter what the reason is, let's kill him first. These more than 10 experts of the angel race were filled with cold, murderous intent. Sacred light burst forth as they charged toward Lu Ming. A 9th-level divine god, Lu Ming muttered. Among the dozen angels, only one was a 9th-level divine god. The rest were all below that level. Lu Ming did not take this level of strength to heart. He clenched his fist and a long spear condensed. The long spear shook and a sharp spear light burst out. Chapter 43:58. Lu Ming condensed his forbidden energy into a long spear. At the same time, he used the sky-breaking technique. Suddenly, more than a dozen spear lights shot toward the angels. The angels were shocked. They roared to the sky and tried their best to defend themselves. Unfortunately, it was useless. The spear lights pierced through their defenses. Their foreheads were pierced by the spear lights. Their souls were annihilated, and they died on the spot. The angels were all killed, including the one in the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Although the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm had a high cultivation level, his fighting strength was not very strong. He only had 4 stars of fighting strength, which was 2 stars lower than Lu Ming. He was killed instantly. However, at this time, all the angels in the mountain range were alarmed. Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you come here and kill the angels? How dare you? Angry roars were heard. Dazzling holy light shot up to the sky. Many figures rushed out from the mountain range. Some of them were from the angels. Their auras were very terrifying. The angels were one of the top 10 clans. They were very strong. Many of them had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. In addition, many of them had improved rapidly after entering the Taishang Immortal City. Naturally, there were many experts. Lu Ming and Yi Ling realized that there were more than 29th layer Great Supreme God Realm experts among the people who rushed out. The angels were different from the Heavenly Human Clan. The Heavenly Human Clan's people were scattered in more than a dozen high-grade earth veins. The angels' experts in this star palace were all gathered in this high-grade earth vein. There were many experts. Given Lu Ming and Yi Ling's combat power, they were naturally no match for so many angel experts. However, they had come prepared. The black seed appeared in Yi Ling's hand again. Yi Ling threw the black seed on the ground. The black seed sprouted at an astonishing speed and grew rapidly. The eyes of the angels widened. Then they were filled with fear because they recognized this kind of tree. This was because when the heavenly human race besieged Lu Ming and the rest, many people from the angel race had participated in that battle. It's the tree that killed the heavenly human clan. Damn it, they still have more, they actually still have more. Retreat! Retreat! The angels roared. They were incomparably terrified. They had a very deep shadow in their hearts towards this kind of tree. Even the celestial clan couldn't do anything to this type of tree, suffering disastrous losses under this type of tree, so how could they not be traumatized? Kill! Yi Ling shouted softly. He controlled the tree and launched an attack. Roots rushed out of the ground, and 10 or so disaster-avoiding ghosts howled as they rushed towards the angels. Quite a number of angels were killed right there and then. None of the angels in the entire mountain range dared to resist. Like birds startled by the twang of a bough, they scattered in all directions. Because the angels reacted quickly, they fled in terror as soon as they saw the tree growing. Not many of them were killed by the tree. By the time the tree grew and Yi Ling gave the order to attack, many of the angels had already fled far away. In the end, they managed to kill a dozen or so angels. The rest of the angels managed to escape. Unfortunately, I didn't see Gabbert, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. Originally, he was wondering if he could see Gabbert here. If he saw Gabbert, he could get rid of Gabbert. Unfortunately, he didn't see any trace of Gabbert. After the angels fled, the two of them stepped into the air and entered the mountain range. From now on, this high-grade earth vein would be theirs. They took out their pill furnaces and continued to condense the primitive pills. Unfortunately, the number of pill furnaces in Lu Ming's hands didn't increase. Although they had killed 70 or 80 Celestial Clan experts earlier, they didn't have a single pill furnace in their storage rings. Lu Ming guessed that these Celestial Clan experts had placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein. After all, there were many Celestial Clan experts. If they placed their pill furnaces in the earth vein, as long as someone took care of them, they could continuously condense primitive pills. However, they couldn't condense any primitive pills even if they carried them with them. However, although they didn't obtain any pill furnaces, they did obtain a lot of primitive pills. The 70 or 80 Celestial Clan experts had nearly 100 million primitive pills. They were all divided between Lu Ming and Yi Ling. Lu Ming resumed his previous life. He refined the desolate pill while comprehending the secret skill. The news that Lu Ming and Yi Ling had occupied the high-grade earth vein of the Angel Clan also spread. When the Celestial Clan heard about it, they were infuriated. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others had the protection of the giant tree. They couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. They could only continue to accumulate strength. When more people broke through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, they could form the 9 Heavens Battle Formation to kill Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Lu Ming's primitive pills increased by another 300 million. In addition to the 350 million primitive pills he had before, Lu Ming had about 650 million primitive pills. He still had a long way to go before he could break through to the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. Yi Ling had more pill furnaces than Lu Ming, so he could refine more primitive pills than Lu Ming. However, he was only at the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. If he wanted to break through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer, he would need at least 2 billion primitive pills. At that moment, the primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein was becoming thinner and thinner. After all, this high-level earth meridian had been occupied by the angels for about 5 years. More than half of the primeval energy had been used up. In the past 3 years, Lu Ming and Yi Ling had refined nearly 700 million primeval pills. The primeval energy of this high-level spirit wheat was almost depleted. At that moment, Lu Ming and the others had been in the Taishang Immortal City for almost 8 years. The two of them didn't leave. They continued to refine primitive pills. However, as the primitive chi became thinner and thinner, their refining speed became slower and slower. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years passed. They had been in the Taishang Immortal City for 16 years. In the past 8 years, Lu Ming had refined a little more than 150 million primitive pills. The total number of primitive pills he had was 800 million, but it still wasn't enough to break through. The primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein was almost used up. At that moment, the primitive chi in the high-grade earth vein occupied by the Heavenly Human Clan was almost used up. However, after so many years, the Heavenly Human Clan had become stronger and stronger. They had more and more experts of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. Some of the young geniuses had already broken through to the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. However, they still didn't attack Lu Ming and the others because it wasn't enough. They needed more time to gather more experts. When they attacked Lu Ming again, they needed to kill him in one strike. Chapter 43:59. However, the desolation chi in the high-grade earth vein was almost depleted. The heavenly human tribe began to shift their positions and began to invade the earth veins occupied by other tribes. For example, the high-grade earth veins occupied by the top 10 tribes. Those tribes were angry but did not dare to speak up. They could only swallow their anger. At this time, Lu Ming and Yi Ling also left the high-grade earth vein and headed to other places. They also went to look for earth veins to refine elixirs. However, they did not have the seeds and naturally did not dare to go to the high-grade earth veins. They only went to the ordinary ones. The tribes that occupied the ordinary earth veins were not that strong. The two of them could handle them. However, the two of them kept a low profile. They changed their appearances and secretly entered the ordinary earth veins to refine desolation pills. When they were discovered, they attacked and defeated the people of those tribes. Almost no one from those tribes had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, they could not recognize Lu Ming's life origin energy. They only thought that two powerful experts had come. In addition, Lu Ming and Yi Ling only occupied a corner of the earth vein and did not kill them. They only defeated these people. These people had no choice but to let Lu Ming and Yi Ling refine elixirs in their earth veins. When the desolation qi in this earth vein became thin, Lu Ming and Yi Ling left and continued to look for the next earth vein. However, even when they went to other earth veins, the desolation qi became thinner and thinner. The speed at which they refined desolation pills became slower and slower. Soon more than 10 years had passed. Lu Ming only had 900 million desolation pills. It was still less than 1.2 billion. At this time, they had been in the Grand Supreme Immortal City for almost 30 years. The 50-year period was not far away. According to the records, in the last 20 years, some strange places will appear in each star palace. They may be important celestial lands or sacred places with destinies. We are about to enter the last 20 years. I wonder what kind of strange places will appear in our star palace. Yi Ling said as Lu Ming and Yi Ling were discussing matters on a mountain peak. There are still 3 months before we enter the last 20 years. There will definitely be news then. Let's go back first. Lu Ming said. He was referring to the high-grade earth vein at the beginning. It was the earth vein where the heaven destroyer was. According to the records, some strange phenomena would appear before such strange places appeared. There were heaven destroyers people in that high-grade earth vein. They might be able to get some information after they returned. The two sneakily returned and found earth vein. The desolation qi here is almost depleted. After they returned to the earth vein, Lu Ming. Back when they had left, the desolate qi in this high-grade earth vein had become much thinner, but it was still enough to refine quite a few desolate pills. Now it desolation was. Although it, desolation, the desolation here. Earth desolation not, desolation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Army were still there, and not to the seeds. As seeds, they would be hunted down by the Heavenly Palace if they left desolation. Lu Ming and Yi Ling found Tianxinyu after they returned. They asked if there was any unusual news. There is indeed unusual news. I'm afraid a hidden area is about to appear in the northernmost part. Tianxinyu said. Hidden area? What do you mean? Lu Ming and Yi Ling were curious. Not an immortal abode or immortal mountain, but a hidden area? Yes, it's a hidden area. Previously, that area was isolated by a mysterious force. We couldn't sense it or enter it. But recently, the mysterious force has been fading. The hidden area is about to appear. Tianxinyu said. What's in that hidden area? Yi Ling asked. Based on what we can observe, there shouldn't be anything special in that area. It's similar to the core area. It should contain some earth veins. It's very likely that the desolation qi in the earth vein is denser than the high-grade earth vein here, Tianxinyu said. Lu Ming and Yi Ling glanced at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. What did they lack the most now? What he lacked the most was desolate pills. And now, there was a hidden area in the Star Palace that contained earth veins. The desolation qi was even denser than the high-grade desolation qi. If they could occupy such a place and continuously condense desolation pills, their cultivation would definitely improve. Yi Ling could easily reach the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. Even Lu Ming could look forward to reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm. If Lu Ming wanted to break through from the 8th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm to the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God Realm, he would need at least 12 billion desolation pills. 12 billion desolation pills. Lu Ming had thought that it was hopeless. But now, there was hope again. According to the information given by Senior Fei Huang, once the 30 years are up, these mysterious places will truly appear, Lu Ming thought. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Human Tribe and the other tribes have started to make preparations. They have surrounded that area so tightly that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Once that area officially appears, they will enter and occupy it. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. Tian Xinyue sighed. Lu Ming and Yi Ling frowned slightly. That was indeed the case. Now that the great desolation qi in the core area was almost depleted, everyone's attention was on the hidden area. They could imagine that there would be a fierce competition. And the Heaven Destroyer in this Star Palace was not strong. It was far from being a match for the Heavenly Palace. It could not compete with the people of the Heavenly Palace. Do you have any more of those trees? Tian Xinyue asked, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Yi Ling. If they had more of those trees, they might be able to get a share in the hidden area. No more. Lu Ming and Yi Ling shook their heads. Tian Xinyue looked disappointed. Then the three of them discussed for a while. Lu Ming and Yi Ling said goodbye and left. Lu Ming, how many desolation pills do you need to break through? Yi Ling asked. At least 300 million. Lu Ming said. Here, I have 500 million here. I'll lend it to you first. Anyway, I don't have enough for a breakthrough. You can return it to me when we enter the hidden area later. Yi Ling took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming gave a fist salute and took it without hesitation. Now was not the time to be polite. The desolation pills in their hands were not enough for them to break through. However, if Yi Ling gave Lu Ming a portion of the desolation pills, Lu Ming would have enough desolation pills to break through. After all, Lu Ming was not far behind, but Yi Ling was far behind. Chapter 4360. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the next cultivation level, his fighting strength would increase tremendously and he would surpass Yi Ling. That would be a great advantage for them in the hidden region. This way, it would be of great help to both of them. Both of them understood this principle. Lu Ming had enough desolation pills, so he started cultivating in seclusion to break through to the next cultivation level. A large amount of desolation pills kept entering Lu Ming's mouth. They turned into forbidden energy and increased Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's strength kept increasing. This time, it took Lu Ming 10 days to break through to the 8th Great Supreme God layer. As for the number of great desolation pills consumed, it reached a total of 1.2 billion. However, it was all worth it. Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased tremendously after reaching the 8th Great Supreme God layer. Yi Ling, who was also of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was no longer a match for Lu Ming. If he fought against Lu Ming, he would probably be killed instantly. Lu Ming, who was of the 8th Great Supreme God layer, was almost invincible in the Great Supreme God layer. Only cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer with fighting strength of 9 stars or above could be Lu Ming's match. However, how many creatures in the vast primitive universe could have a 9-star battle prowess? Yi Ling, who was at the peak of 9 stars, was considered a top genius on the side of Heaven Destroyer. Although the heavenly human tribe was talented and had abundant resources, not many of them had a fighting strength of 9 stars. Therefore, Lu Ming's fighting strength was at the peak of the Great Supreme God layer. However, it was still not enough. Although there were not many people in the heavenly human tribe who had a fighting strength of 9 stars, there were still some. Putting everything else aside, Lu Ming had encountered no less than 3 in this star palace. Yi Chu Haohan was one of them. If the other great supreme god experts of the heavenly human tribe formed a battle formation, Lu Ming would definitely not be a match for them. If he wanted to fight against the heavenly human tribe for the hidden region, he would not be able to do it on his own. He would need external help. The Black Seed? Yes, Lu Ming's first thought was the Black Seed. If he had a few black seeds, he could enter the hidden area and occupy one of the earth veins. Then he could use the black seeds to transform into a tree to defend himself. That would be much simpler. There are still 80 days left. It's enough for me to make a trip to the disaster-avoiding sea. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to make another trip to the tribulation-overcoming ocean. After sharing his thoughts with Yi Ling, Lu Ming bade Yi Ling farewell and stepped into the adversity-avoidance sea alone. Now, he was stronger than Yi Ling, and he was the only one controlling the purple copper coffin. Bringing Yi Ling along would not be of any help to him. Now, Most of the people were gathered in the periphery of the hidden area. There were almost no heavenly human tribe members in other places. There was no need to worry at all. Lu Ming pushed his speed to the extreme and used the teleportation skill, constantly moving in the direction of the Adversity Crossing Sea. After some time, the vast Calamity Crossing Sea appeared before Lu Ming's eyes again. Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the Calamity Crossing Sea directly and used the taboo energy to defend himself. Then he started searching everywhere. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the strength of the taboo energy could make Lu Ming stay in the Calamity Crossing Sea for a long time. Although it could not make him cross the Calamity Crossing Sea, Lu Ming did not intend to cross the Calamity Crossing Sea. He only searched within the range that he could withstand. If he could not withstand it, he would return immediately. Just like that, time passed day by day. Lu Ming searched for more than a month without any results. After searching for more than a month, he did not see the tree. It seemed that the number of such trees in the Calamity Crossing Sea should be very small. Lu Ming did not give up and continued searching. Another half a month passed. That is, on this day, Lu Ming was flying when his eyes suddenly lit up. A towering tree appeared in front of Lu Ming. This towering tree was almost exactly the same as the black seed that Lu Ming had obtained in the Calamity Crossing Sea. On the branches, there were more than a dozen Calamity Crossing ghosts. They seemed to have discovered Lu Ming. They opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming, emitting a terrifying light. The strength of these Calamity Crossing ghosts was extremely terrifying. They were not comparable to the Calamity Crossing ghosts that Lu Ming had condensed from the black seed in the core region. The difference was too great. The Calamity Crossing ghosts in the Calamity Crossing Sea were the real Calamity Crossing ghosts. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he would only die if he went against them. There are seeds. What made Lu Ming's eyes light up was that there were also seeds on this tree. There were a total of 4 seeds. 4 seeds? I must get them. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He carried the purple copper coffin and rushed towards the towering tree. The towering tree also immediately launched a counterattack. More than a dozen Calamity Crossing ghosts let out ear-piercing screams, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, rushing towards Lu Ming. At the same time, hundreds of roots stretched out from the ground and swept towards Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. This kind of attack was truly terrifying. If the tree that Lu Ming had planted in the core region had this kind of attack power, the people of the heavenly human tribe would not be able to escape as long as they got close. This kind of attack was definitely not something that Lu Ming could resist. Fortunately, Lu Ming had the purple copper coffin. Lu Ming opened the lid of the coffin. The purple copper coffin exuded a supreme and mysterious aura. Once the roots of the big tree or the ghost came into contact with this aura, they retreated in horror, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Lu Ming was unimpeded. He rushed to the vicinity of a seed and successfully plucked it. Then he rushed to another seed and used the same trick to pluck another one. Soon, all 4 seeds were plucked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated, distancing himself from this place. Then, he took out a seed and examined it carefully. In the end, Lu Ming confirmed that this seed was almost exactly the same as the seed he had obtained previously. Lu Ming squeezed out a drop of blood and dripped it on the seed. This seed was completely under his control. Then, Lu Ming grasped the remaining 3 seeds and left this place. There was still some time. Lu Ming wanted to continue searching to see if he could find more black seeds. Unfortunately, he did not find anything in the following period of time. He did not find any other trees, let alone seeds. Seeing that the 30-year period was almost up, Lu Ming could only leave and rush back. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. He had obtained 4 seeds that could be of great use at critical moments. Lu Ming had a lot of confidence in the fight for the hidden area this time. After returning, he met up with Yi Ling. The 2 of them headed straight for the hidden area. This hidden region was located in the northernmost region. Previously, there had been people who had come here. At that time, this place had been isolated by a layer of powerful energy, and no one had been able to advance. Everyone had thought that this was the edge of a star palace. Who would have thought that there was actually a hidden region here? Chapter 4361. This hidden area was actually connected to the core area, but it had been isolated by a certain power. It could even be said that this hidden area was actually a part of the core area. Recently, that mysterious power had been growing weaker and fainter. The hidden area was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Although they couldn't go in yet, they could see a part of the hidden area from afar. They could vaguely see a few huge mountains crawling on the ground. Mist and desolation chi filled the air. It was incomparably dense. One of the largest mountain ranges seemed to be shrouded in mist that was even thicker than the high-grade earth veins. A large number of people had gathered outside the hidden area. Of course, most of them were the heavenly human race, the top 10 races, and some smaller races, but there weren't many of them. These smaller races didn't dare compete with the heavenly human race. They just wanted to take a bite of the soup. The heavenly human race and most of the people from the top 10 races were looking at the hidden area with eager eyes. The Taisheng Immortal City was divided into 36 star palaces. They were in one of the star palaces. Every star palace would have some magical places slowly emerge after the 30-year period. Some were immortal palaces, some were immortal palaces, some were immortal mountains, etc. Without exception, all of these wondrous places contained great opportunities. The mysterious place that appeared in the star palace they were in should be the hidden area. It contained a large amount of desolation chi. It was also a rare opportunity. Even many people who had reached the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer had eager eyes. It didn't mean that desolation pills were useless after reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer. Actually, desolation pills were very useful for Great Supreme God layer cultivators. After reaching the 9th layer of the Great Supreme God layer, they could still absorb the energy of desolation pills. When ordinary people cultivated in the Great Supreme God layer, they could create a black hole in their dantian. When they broke through to the Great Supreme God layer, they would create a divine bridge in the black hole. This divine bridge would start from the black hole and extend into the depths of the black hole. It would lead to an eternal unknown place. The longer the divine bridge, the higher the cultivation. When one successfully connected it to the cosmic sea, they would be able to touch the origin and reach the origin realm. When a cultivator had the strength of the 9th Great Supreme God layer, absorbing the desolate pellet could increase the quality of the black hole and improve the control of the black hole in his dantian. The stronger his control over the black hole in his dantian, the easier it would be to construct the divine bridge in the future. In addition, he could also continuously use the energy of the great desolation pills to strengthen his divine body. The stronger the divine body, the more benefits there would be. Therefore, even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer wanted the Great Desolate Pellet. The more Great Desolate pills, the better. 3 more days. After 3 days, the mysterious force that isolated the hidden area will completely disappear. At that time, I will have enough desolate pills to break through to the 9th Great Supreme God layer. I need to accumulate more Great Desolate pills to strengthen my foundation and build a solid foundation for the Divine Master Realm. Some of the talents of the Heavenly Human Tribe, including those on the Universe Genius list, had the same thought. What they didn't notice was that not far away, there were 2 figures silently approaching and hiding in the dark, quietly observing. These 2 were naturally Lu Ming and Yi Lin. This time, Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't plan to bring the Heaven Destroyer with them. They had already done all they could for the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Moreover, they needed a huge amount of desolate pills to break through. This time, they had to obtain enough desolate pills for themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the mysterious force completely disappeared. The scene in front of them suddenly became clearer. Swoosh, swoosh. The Heavenly Human Tribe and the members of the top 10 tribes all rushed toward the hidden area. They all wanted to occupy an earth vein with dense, desolate chi. Soon, everyone disappeared into the hidden area. Lu Ming and Yi Lin finally appeared and rushed toward the hidden area. As soon as they entered the hidden area, the 2 of them felt that the desolate chi here was indeed denser. Soon, the 2 of them appeared near a huge mountain range. This mountain range was an earth vein. It should be an ordinary earth vein. At this time, A few smaller tribes were competing for this earth vein. Lu Ming and Yi Lin didn't stop. Their target was not an ordinary earth vein, but the highest level earth vein with the densest desolate qi. The two of them continued to fly toward the depths of the hidden area. After flying for a while, they approached an even bigger mountain range. The desolate qi in this mountain range was extremely dense. It was definitely a high-level earth vein. The total amount of desolate qi was even higher than the high-level earth vein in the core area. There were already people fighting for this high-level earth vein. They were two of the top 10 tribes. The hidden area was much smaller than the core area. The number of earth veins in the hidden area was definitely less than that in the core area. Fighting was inevitable. The two of them still didn't stop. Although the concentration of desolate qi in this high-level earth vein was very high, Lu Ming estimated that it should be able to refine more than 2 billion desolate pills. However, the two of them still didn't think much of it. Lu Ming needed 12 billion to break through now. The two of them flew past and continued to search. They didn't even look at the ordinary earth veins. Next, they found a few more high-level earth veins that contained extremely dense desolate qi. Among them, there was a high-level earth vein that contained more than 3 billion desolate pills. It was already occupied by a group of heavenly human tribe experts. The two of them still didn't make a move. They still didn't want more than 3 billion desolate qi. They decided to look around. If there were no higher-level earth veins, they would occupy this one. After circling around, a huge object appeared in front of them. It was a huge mountain range, which was also an earth vein. It was bigger than any earth vein they had seen before. From afar, it was completely shrouded in dense, desolate qi. Such dense, desolate qi. How many desolate pills can it refine? Yi Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even a fool could see that the desolate qi in this earth vein was much higher than that of other high-level earth veins. It was not just a little higher, but much higher. This earth vein can refine at least 10 billion desolate pills, right? Yi Lin said. It should be. This earth vein should be the highest level earth vein in the hidden area. Lu Ming said with a fiery light in his eyes. There was hope for him to break through to the 9th level of the divine god realm. 12 billion. Previously, Lu Ming felt that there was no hope for him. It was impossible for him to collect so many desolate pills. Now there was hope. Chapter 4362. At that moment, several groups of people were fighting for that earth vein. Those people were all from the heavenly human tribe. They were divided into groups and confronted each other. There were more than 100 people in each group, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The heavenly human tribe was not a monolithic entity. On the contrary, the internal competition was more intense than any other tribe. The heavenly human tribe controlled the primordial universe and endless resources. If one had the right to speak in the heavenly human tribe, it was equivalent to controlling the entire primordial universe. Who wouldn't be tempted? Competition, suppression, and even killing each other would happen from time to time. They would only work together when facing a common enemy like the heaven-exterminating army. Once their interests were involved, the competition would be very intense. At that moment, the groups of heavenly human tribe cultivators were confronting each other. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. I saw this earth vein first, so it should be mine. Don't go too far. One of the heavenly human tribe prodigies roared. He looked at the other groups with anger. Ridiculous. You found it first, so it's yours? This is the grand supreme immortal city. It's an ownerless land. Anyone has the right to occupy it. Another prodigy sneered. That's right. If you want to occupy this earth vein, let's talk with strength. The third prodigy said coldly with a strong fighting spirit. There were a total of 4 groups, and the leaders were all top prodigies. The fourth prodigy did not speak, but his cold eyes said everything. However, although the atmosphere was tense, a battle did not break out. If a battle broke out, it would definitely lead to a chaotic battle. The consequences would be unpredictable, and it would be difficult to predict how many people would die. Those people were their subordinates. If they lost too many people, it would be very detrimental to their future development. More importantly, none of them had the ability to suppress the other groups. Once a chaotic battle broke out, things would get out of control. They hesitated and confronted each other, but no battle broke out. Damn it, let's go. In the end, a group of people retreated. Instead of wasting their time here, they might as well occupy another high-level earth vein. The high-level earth veins there generally had richer primordial chi than the high-level earth veins in the core area. It was not a bad idea to occupy one to refine pills. In that case, there were 3 groups of people left. They were still confronting each other and did not fight. How about this? It's not a good idea to just stand here like this. Why don't we split the earth vein equally? Finally, a paragon said. Split equally? The other 2 sky prides began to ponder. All right, I agree. I agree too. Then, the other 2 geniuses nodded in agreement. The great desolate chi in this earth vein was simply too dense. It was estimated to contain at least 10 billion great desolate pills, which was equivalent to 4 or 5 other earth veins. Even if the 3 sides split it equally, it would still be worth it. It all depended on who had more pill furnaces. The more pill furnaces he had, the more desolate pills he would be able to obtain. After the 3 parties finished their discussion, they prepared to fly into the mountain range and start refining pills. In the distance, Lu Ming and Yi Ling both looked disappointed. Originally, they wanted to wait for the heavenly human race to start a civil war so that they could sit on the mountain and reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, one of the 4 batches of heavenly human tribe cultivators withdrew, and the remaining 3 batches divided the earth vein equally. Since their hopes were dashed, they could only make a move. The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light and charged directly towards the earth vein. You guys don't have to discuss anymore. I want this earth vein. Lu Ming spoke and his voice traveled far. His tone was filled with arrogance, which was especially ear-piercing to the ears of the heavenly human race. That was because half of the arrogance were played by the heavenly human race. Since when did someone dare to act like that in front of them? The 3 batches of heavenly human race cultivators looked in the direction of the voice in unison. Then, they saw 2 young men walking in the air, their clothes fluttering in the wind. Mu Yun, it's you. The heavenly human race cultivators were stunned. Naturally, they recognized Lu Ming at a glance. However, they were really stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to appear in front of them of his own accord? Didn't Lu Ming hide whenever he saw them? What was going on? However, they were soon filled with excitement and greed. Who cared what was going on? Since Lu Ming had appeared in front of them of his own accord, they would just kill him. Killing Lu Ming would be a great contribution. Die. Those who reacted quickly had already attacked. The first one to attack was a young genius. His body was like a shooting star as he flew towards Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward with incredible power. Without a doubt, he was a top genius. He controlled the divine punishment force, had the cultivation of the 8th great supreme god layer, and had the battle strength of 9 stars. He wasn't any weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. If Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the 8th great supreme god layer, he would have barely been able to gain the upper hand even if he used his full strength. But now, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he thrust it forward. The 2 spear lights were like shooting stars as they collided in the air, emitting dazzling light. However, the process only lasted for a moment. Then, the spear light of the genius from the heavenly human tribe was destroyed. Lu Ming's spear light didn't stop. He continued to attack the genius from the heavenly human tribe. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that the genius from the heavenly human tribe couldn't dodge it. Ah no! The genius from the heavenly human tribe let out an unwilling roar. Then, the spear light pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. A top genius from the heavenly human tribe had fallen. The other members of the heavenly human tribe were all shocked and their hearts trembled violently. They were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. As for the demonic genius's underling, he was even more enraged. You killed Prince Yuaning. You're courting death. Kill him. Kill him. The experts from the heavenly human tribe roared furiously as they charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At the same time, the other 2 groups of people also attacked. This time, they didn't dare to attack alone. they attacked together. Hundreds of attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Among them, there were about 100 cultivators of the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. Compared to 20 years ago, there were obviously more 9th layer of the Divine God realm experts in the Heavenly Human Tribe. Apparently, many people from the Heavenly Human Tribe had broken through to the 9th layer of the Divine God realm. Generally speaking, the lower one's battle strength was, the fewer resources they would need to break through to the next level. In other words, they would need fewer desolation pills. Not just a little, but a lot. Therefore, they would be able to break through to the next level faster. The top geniuses of the Heavenly Human Tribe usually needed a lot of desolation pills. For example, the genius who had been killed by Lu Ming and Yi Chu Haohan, who was at the middle level, were almost as strong as Yi Ling. They controlled the strongest heavenly energy. The number of desolation pills they needed to break through to the next level was no less than Yi Ling's. To break through from the 8th layer of the Divine God realm to the 9th layer of the Divine God realm, they would need 2 billion desolation pills. Therefore, their cultivation bases were still at the 8th layer of the Divine God realm. Chapter 4363. There were more than 100 9th layer Divine Gods, and many of them had 5-star or 6-star fighting strength. Although Lu Ming was facing them alone, he did not take them seriously. However, when so many of them attacked together, it was terrifying. With Lu Ming's current fighting strength, he did not dare to fight them head-on. Retreat! Lu Ming waved his hand and a force wrapped around Yi Ling. He retreated rapidly and avoided the attacks. Then he rushed towards the mountain range. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Kill them. More than 300 Heavenly Human Tribesmen charged towards Lu Ming and Yi Ling. At that moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they had just been confronting each other. They gathered together and formed a terrifying force. However, at that moment, Lu Ming and Yi Ling were already close to the mountain range. Lu Ming waved his hand and a black seed flew out like lightning and landed on the mountain range. As soon as the seed touched the soil, it immediately sprouted. Then, it grew at an astonishing speed. The growth speed was incredible. The Heavenly Human Tribesmen who were chasing after them narrowed their eyes in fear. It's that kind of tree. Damn it. Why does he have that kind of tree? Retreat. The Heavenly Human Tribesmen were terrified of the tree. When they saw the tree, their first reaction was to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be killed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of experts retreated tens of thousands of miles in an instant. That gave the tree more time to grow. Originally, no matter how fast the tree grew, it would take some time. It had just grown and it was not very powerful. Among the 300 Heavenly Human Tribesmen, there were more than 100 9th layer Divine Gods. They were much stronger than they had been 20 years ago. If they joined forces and attacked the tree before it was fully grown, it would be possible for them to destroy the tree. Unfortunately, they had missed that opportunity. The tree grew rapidly and its branches extended. On the branches, there were more than 10 disaster-avoiding ghosts. When the Heavenly Human Tribesmen reacted, the tree had already grown into a towering tree. Damn it. That kid wants to take over the ley line. We can't let him succeed. The Heavenly Human Tribesmen stood in the distance and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. However, they did not dare to charge over. From now on, this earth vein is mine. If the Heavenly Human Tribe dares to come close, I'll kill them all. Lu Ming spoke, his voice clearly transmitted into the ears of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This made the Celestial Clan even more furious. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. He was too arrogant and simply unforgivable. Let's inform the others and gather the other cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. We'll set up the 9 Heavens battle formation. We must kill Lu Ming. That's right. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has such a big tree. I won't allow it. Gather the experts and destroy this tree. Angry roars rang out one after another. The anger of these Heavenly Human Tribe members was about to burst out of their chests. Originally, they wanted to wait a little longer to accumulate more experts before dealing with Lu Ming. But now, they couldn't wait any longer. These Heavenly Humans immediately went to inform the other Heavenly Humans. They planned to gather all the experts in this star palace and set up the 9 Heavens battle formation to kill Lu Ming. Looks like they won't give up just like that. They'll gather the others and attack together, Yi Ling said. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled, looking calm and composed. He had more than 1 black seed in his hands now. In addition to the one that he had used, he still had 3 more. If one of the trees couldn't withstand it, he could use the other 3 at the same time. There was enough primitive qi in this earth vein. Even if he used up all the black seeds, it would be worth it. Let's refine the pills first, Lu Ming said. He moved and landed on a flat ground. With a wave of his hand, all the cauldrons flew out and landed on the ground. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands. Waves of forbidden energy flew out and entered the cauldrons. The cauldrons started to absorb the primitive qi to refine the pills. The rich primitive qi in the area gathered toward the cauldrons crazily. Half a day later, the cauldrons were produced. Numerous primitive pills flew out of the cauldrons and were collected by Lu Ming. There are more primitive qi than the high-level earth vein in the core area, but not by much. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that the number of primitive pills produced by a cauldron here was slightly more than the high-level earth vein in the core area. However, it was only 30% more. Logically speaking, the primitive qi in this earth vein was several times thicker than the high-level earth vein in the core area. The number of pills produced by the cauldrons should also skyrocket. It should at least double. However, in fact, it was only 30% more. Lu Ming guessed that this was the limitation of the cauldrons. There was a limit to the number of pills produced by each cauldron. It didn't increase as the primitive qi increased. At this limit, no matter how rich the primitive qi was, the number of pills produced would not increase. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. They only had 20 years to stay in the second level of the Grand Supreme Immortal City. After 20 years, they would have to leave this place to compete for the origin seed. However, at this speed, it was impossible to refine 12 billion primitive pills in 20 years. Let's refine them first. If it doesn't work, we can only think of another way. By the way, there's still that guy's storage ring, Lu Ming pondered, and then a storage ring appeared in his hand. This storage ring belonged to the genius of the heavenly human race. He had led a group of people alone and was extremely talented. He wasn't weaker than Yi Chu Haohan. Such a top genius must have a lot of cauldrons. As expected, he didn't disappoint Lu Ming. There were hundreds of cauldrons in this person's storage ring. There were cauldrons with a diameter of 1 meter and 3 meters. Even the primitive pills were worth more than 200 million. It was a big harvest, a really big harvest. More than 200 million primitive pills were nothing. The most important thing was that there were more than 100 cauldrons. What Lu Ming lacked the most now was cauldrons. Because the primitive qi in this earth vein was rich enough and there were enough cauldrons, he just didn't have enough cauldrons to refine it. As long as there were enough cauldrons, he could continuously convert the primitive qi into primitive pills. As expected, this kind of genius has a big harvest. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. This kind of genius led a group of people and had the most resources in their hands. Killing one of them was a big harvest. Unfortunately, this kind of genius was usually very difficult to kill because they were protected by a group of experts. The previous one was completely careless. He underestimated Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming alone. He wanted to kill Lu Ming alone, but he was killed by Lu Ming. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be that easy to kill such a genius with a group of experts protecting him. Lu Ming put down more than 100 alchemy cauldrons, activated them, and continued to refine elixirs.